Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, October the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me in our main room. I'm just waiting for Torty. There you are, Torty, in our YouTube room. Thank you, both of you. So you guys can hear me and see my screen right now. So actually, this morning, there's not a lot of major pops, guys. I mean, 45%, I know that's a lot, but many days we see stocks up 100, 150%, and several of them. So not a lot of pop. TVOX. Now, I read your comment, Roman. I mean, remember, most of us here are intraday traders. Okay, so whether or not there's a garbage stock or not, all we're trying to do is take advantage of whatever the news is today. We're not marrying it. At least I'm not. So they had some news, phase 1B/2A, pop the stock. Whether it lasts or not, that's another issue. But right now, let's take a look at the next high looking left is 235 for TOVX. And it's probably a low float. Yeah, it's a crazy low float. We have under a million. Now, China, look at all the China stocks now. Duo, QSG, Dow, CNF, a bunch of them, Zen, XIN, Tiger. So China is weak today after serious strength for the last 5 or 6 days. So I don't know if there's something out of their government saying something, or it's just now profit taking. So there's K Web. But this China stock, crazy one, of course, HKD, it's still up. Well, it's not China. Excuse me. I guess it's not technically China. It's France. HKD. So this is up a lot. Lots of volume. RZLV. This, yeah, I mean, reminds me if you guys were trading in the late 90s, all these companies would announce, hey, either we're starting a website or well, actually, Microsoft was a big one there also in terms of partnering with Microsoft, just putting Microsoft in a press release. So they're going to be on their, I mean, when it says partnership with Microsoft, I think it means they're going to be added to their. Yeah, so it's going to be available globally via Microsoft Azure Marketplace and co-sell channels. I mean, I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I don't think it's as big as people might think just because Microsoft's in that press release. I may be wrong. So anyway, RZLV, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 9. It's just slightly underneath that. Of course, in the pre-market, it did get up to 1097. So I mean, there is that. SMR, are you still here? Well, let's take a look at EVGO. Now, this certainly is an eye-catching press release for EVGO. Receives $1 billion in proposed funding to expand the EV charging network. This is up to 2030. Okay. So it is definitely an eye-catching press release. And that is for EVGO. And when I looked on the daily chart, or I had to look at the monthly chart actually. The next high looks like it's around 594. So they call it 595 on the monthly chart. Let me just quickly answer James. Are you still around, James? I'm seeing your post now. Don't see any alerts, and my races aren't starting. Anyone else having issues? Are you still around? I can probably help you. Okay, so the races, if you're using my races don't trigger until 9:30. Okay, so that's one thing. I mean that's just one, and that's a setting. And if you and as far as alerts go, again, if you're using any one of mine, my alerts do not start until 9:30. Also, because I've got the relative volume filter as one of the filters, and when you're using the relative volume filter as a filter, you'll get nothing. Nothing will trigger in the pre-market. Okay, that's probably the issue. William. You stuck around for Levi. I think that's what you said, Levi. So you notice, for instance, you can see what I mean, my top list, of course, worked great in the pre-market because I do not have the relative volume filter. So you stuck around for Levi, and yeah, Levi, it's a big clobbering down actually, 11%, 11.5%. When I say stuck around, William kept the room open. Said he wanted to wait and see what happened with Levi after hours. So Levi had was is an earnings release after hours. And again, look at this. I mean, that's a big drop, 11% through the 200-day moving average. Maybe some support around 1840 or so. I'm looking at a daily chart, or my daily bar right there is around 1840. SMR guys, SMR is still, wow, what a move it had. Yeah, nice move this morning, SMR. Looking to see if there's any specific news on this. I don't see any specific news on this one, but obviously been super active, and probably NNE, and I see OKLO. So those are the three that I kind of grouped together. OKLO has been the laggard, but it looks a lot like SMR. And how about NNE? These are all these microreactor and nuclear technology companies. Small, they're very small. When I say small, I'm talking about the I guess I'm going to call them mini reactors. WHLR. Well, I guess I have to talk about it. I mean, it did not completely collapse. I don't know how much volume. Actually, it's pretty good volume this morning. That's 4 o'clock. Okay, that's 4 o'clock Eastern time. That's when we start getting our data. Actually, quite a bit of volume. 153,000 shares. And it did pop its way up to over $20, 22.69. And again, unknown news. EVGO guys continues to make new pre-market highs at $5 now. And you are talking about ad. Where's ad? I did see ad. Here you are. So actually, look at this. Wow. So that's a big drop now from $1.40 down to $1. Okay. Well, I guess that's probably regained compliance on the 1st, October the 1st. Regaining compliance. With that, probably a reverse split of some sort. Well, you say 2.7 million, okay, for the float. Okay. Let me just check another website. I want to check another website just to check to see what they've got for the float for TOVX. Even if it's 2 million, it's still very low. Yeah, they've got 2.77 million. Okay, so I don't know why our provider has about a million, but regardless, it is very low. SNGX, this is not I thought this was a China play, but it is not a China play. So they actually had some news this morning. Didn't look bad. So they received orphan drug status. Now, was that yesterday? Because I mean, it popped up yesterday in a big way. So let me check to see if that's just a rehash of the news. Okay, so this was the news yesterday. Okay, something to do with the Something to do with Germany, a Germany train station, Marburg virus, etc. So that was the news yesterday. But this morning announces a partnership with Sterling Pharma Solutions, and for whatever reason, the market's not liking it. Well, it could be a bunch of things, Roman. It could have been that it was a SPAC that turned into RZLV, or it could have been an IPO. I just can't remember anymore. This is back in. You're right. This is back in August. Excuse me. I don't. I can't remember. Maybe our news would pick it up. Let's see if this. Yeah, it looks like it debuted on Nasdaq. Yeah, so it looks like this was an IPO back then. And HIMS guys, HIMS. Some looks like the obesity drug sector is just getting overcrowded, and I think that is the. I think that's the reason that we can maybe, excuse me, apply to the fact that HIMS is taking a bit of a header this morning. There we go. Eli Lilly's weight loss drugs no longer in shortage. Bad news for hims and hers. Okay, so that, I mean, if we want to, ascribe some news to why stock is moving down, that is the headline on hims. Speaking of Lilly, my goodness, I read a report that they're putting $5 billion into a facility. I think I saw that this morning. So I guess not eating garbage and working out. I guess that just doesn't cut it, right? You've got to have these obesity drugs. So LLY, take a look at Lilly. Yeah, so it's basically flat, but it had a little pop this morning. Did Hims have an offering also? I didn't see that. Let me take a look. Did they actually do a financing? I don't see an offering, Captain. I don't see one in the headlines. Not saying it's not there, but I don't see one. All right, guys, let me take a look at the calendar now, the economic calendar, and see what's up. If there's anything interesting. So 8:30. So we had the initial jobless claims. Let's see what happened at 8:30. Let's take a look at the SPY chart. There is 8:30. So actually, on the jobs claims, initially, excuse me, sorry guys. Just give me one moment. All right. So initially on that claims report, initially the market popped up, starting to slide a bit now. 9:45, we've got the composite final. 10 o'clock, we have factory orders. We have the ISM service index. And then we've got a couple of the Fed presidents talking at 10:40, Kashkari and Bostic. So the next one to really, I guess, pay attention to is at 9:45, the PMI composite final. That could affect the market short term. Meanwhile, EVGO guys making new highs, new highs, new highs. Let me back this up again and see what looks like on a monthly chart. I Next high, yeah, it's almost $6 for the next high for EVGO on a monthly chart. So again, it's an eye-catching press release, no question about it. $1 billion proposed funding. Now, it's the only word. That's the word I don't like. Proposed funding. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's not a low float. 100 million in the float. Not crazy high, but it's certainly not a low float. Let's take a look at IPDN. Okay, cheap one under $1. Okay, here's one. I didn't really see this one. Why not? Yeah, 830. There was a bit of a pop here. BKSY guys. So there is some news. Wins a 5-year, $290 million contract. Okay, Black Sky wins a 5-year, $290 million. Oh, NGA Luno AI. Okay, well, that's again another eye-catching press release. What is the float for that one? Oops, just lost all my data. Yeah, meanwhile, EVGL keeps making new highs, guys. Yeah, this happens every now and then with the top lists. There we go. Um, so BKSY, I want to see what the float is. So pretty low float, 14 million in the float. So the next high on a daily chart looks like around 587. So, I would certainly be keeping an eye on this. Good volume, 345,000 shares. So pretty good volume this morning. Yeah, the three of them are moving. Well, WWW, that's not okay. You weren't trying to lump them all together. Okay, John, I'm assuming. I thought you were lumping SMR, NNE, and WW together. Yeah. Okay. Shoes, yes. Well, only 14,000 shares though, so it's really, I mean, it's a nice little pop, but only 14,000 shares. All right, guys, let's take a look quickly. I gotta move on here. Take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Market is we're a little bit weak. Yeah, we look like we're kind of a little bit of a weak open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's energy. So okay, again with what's happening in the Middle East, etc., energy stocks have actually been pretty good. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE. This is the major ETF for the energy sector. 90% in green, meaning 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. And welcome, a lucky chick. I see you're new. Technology, 93% are below, except Nvidia. Interesting. Nvidia bucking the trend. Look at that. Look at that, actually. Nvidia is bucking the trend, a lot of volume. So 95% of the stocks are down. Doesn't mean they're tanking. The Oracle, no, they're not tanking. Oracle is down 0.57%. But yeah, Nvidia though, Nvidia is definitely bucking the trend in the technology sector. Communications, 100% of them are down. But again, the worst one is down 0.92%. We're not talking about the entire sector is tanking. But this is interesting. Nvidia definitely bucking that trend and on good volume. I don't see any specific news on it, but what I want to see now, I'm sure now XLE must be above the 200-day moving average after and moving away from it. Yeah. So XLE again is the only holdout, the only major sector that was below the 200-day moving average for quite a while. We're hovering around it, but now again with oil prices moving higher, we've got this. Now that's in case you're not familiar with this. This is my daily chart. The green line there is the 200-day moving average, so you can see it's above. I'm going to take a look at technology because technology is getting closer to that 200-day moving average on the way down. Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's still above, but it's getting a little bit closer. I just saw the other one I want to check out is retail XRT. Yeah, so you can see retail is weakening, guys. Retail is starting to weaken. It's getting closer to that 200-day moving average. And the other one I want to check is consumer discretionary XLY. That was another one that a while back you can see it was below, but it's still quite a bit above. So, you know, energy is moving away. The energy sector is moving away from that 200-day moving average, but certainly, oops, I just got rid of the wrong one. Just give me a moment. Ah, sorry about that. Yes, I put myself on mute just for a second. So again, the two eye-catching ones, EVGO with their $1 billion proposed funding from your government, you mean the U.S. government, and also Blue Sky, BKSY, winning a 5-year, $290 million contract. If I was still on mute regard when I was talking about E-Trade, Niama, yeah, there's not a lot. I mean, we're trying to solve the issue. E-Trade changed the API on us, and they didn't let us know. Um, they don't. I hate to say it like this, but they don't really care whether we can connect to them or not. So we're trying to resolve the issue, but I have no idea when or if it will get resolved. Did we cover EVGO? Yes. Well, in fact, I guess I was just on mute, but yeah, oh no, we for sure. We talked about this $1 billion loan commitment energy from your Department of Energy, DOE. So again, it's an eye-catching. I mean, it looks like it is for real, building out what 7,500 EV chargers by the year 2030. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market starts. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, I just put myself on mute when I loaded this. So, okay, so James, again, notice my race doesn't start. Okay, I have it to start at 9:30. You don't have to if you want. You can change that. To start. Whenever you load, and also look at my momentum. Nothing happens until 9:30. Also, because I've got that relative volume filter in. Now, Levi, yeah, I think I saw down here that Levi on a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean that could be some support, could be right around there. You can take a look at the weekly chart, a couple of bars right at that low, 1850. So you're saying if it gets through there, well, then the next low on a weekly chart anyway is 1750. But this could hold it though. 1850 could hold it. And now, guys, it's less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. We don't have China stocks today to now maybe they'll bounce, I mean KWeb KWeb is off about 3%, four almost 5% now. And I don't, I mean they're saying as the stimulus surge fades. So I mean, there might be just profit taking. I mean, the China stocks have been on a massive run here. I hope I'm not having some difficulties this morning here. There we go. So yeah, so okay, guys, we're now open. Now again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, EVGO is making market highs. Okay, market highs. Pre-market though is way up here at 538. Let's see what JP Morgan is saying. Do they put a price target? So they've got a JP Morgan has also upgraded them. So not only are that $1 billion loan guarantee, and also JP Morgan is upgrading them. So it's already up 29%. Lots and lots of volume already. Now look at Intel, guys. Intel, INTC. Now look at that. Up, down, up, down. Well, I don't like trading in the first 15. Well, there's the TOVX, guys, hanging in there. It is hanging in there. The next high for TOVX is 235, trading higher after the company announced the data and safety monitoring, etc. Phase 1B/2A clinical trial. All right, EVGO just challenging the pre-market high now. We've got a little bit above it. Okay, let's see if this holds. Let's see if this can hold because I mean it does have some room to $6. Okay, guys, so it's still kind of chopping around a little bit here. If it takes this pre-market high out again, that might get it moving. Let's stick an alert around 536 and see if that really gets it moving. I'm watching this 522, 523 in the bid ask. I know it's typically don't take early trades, but you know this might get me interested. And we have our first halt of the day. CETX halted on. I guess it was halted on the way up. You know, it's down 42%, but this is a bounce now forward, trying to bounce somewhat. Plus, I had some news. VRCA guys didn't see this one in the pre-market. It really didn't do much in the pre-market, but this is starting to run a little bit here. VRCA has some room to 141. Now, when I say has some room, I don't mean it's getting there. Okay, for those of you who are new, I'm just looking at the next high, looking left on a daily chart. If I can see it, if I can't see it on a daily chart, then I turn to my weekly chart. So it has some room, and it's probably a low float, pretty low float, 25 million in the float. Okay. Whoa, this one, another one. INV just got halted on the way up, guys. INV just got halted on the way up. Low float, 8.5 million in the float. Didn't see this one in the pre-market either. It is up 10% right now. Rise ahead of first day of trading. This is the first day it's trading. Okay, so this is a SPAC, guys. This was a SPAC. I don't know what it was before the SPAC turned into INV. You can see it was trading in the pre-market. That's your clue that it was a SPAC. Draw, you probably mentioned that earlier. All right. The market, after the looked like we're going to have a bit of a down opening candle, but we are trying to recover a little bit here. So Levi had a bounce. Wow, look at the bounce on Levi now. Good grief. Look at this, guys. Look at this bounce on Levi through the 200 day, was below the 200 day. Now it's through the 200 day. Very interesting. When we looked at retail, the retail sector, XRT, earlier, we saw that it was fading down. Let me just take a look at XRT. It was getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's not like retail is surging for some reason. It's getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. But for whatever reason, Levi's putting in a nice bounce here. I mean, it's almost $1.50. 18.50 was the low. We're at almost $20 now. Now this could give us a nice short if it doesn't get through 20, I suppose. But that is it's a big recovery. I mean, it's still down. It's still down 6%, but that is a big, for whatever reason, recovery for Levi. I mean, it's a big float, pretty big float, 98 million. All right, something's going haywire with this. Hmm. Yeah, something's wrong with this. Obviously, the change from the close is more than 11% for WHLR. Well, I'll have to figure that out later. So there's the RZLV, guys. So that's a big pullback, and almost $11 pulled back to 8. Now EVGO getting frisky again. Over 5 again. EVGO over 5 again. Yeah, something's gone haywire with this relative strength leaders from the close. It's almost like give me one moment here. Change from the close. Hmm. Okay, guys, EVGO. There, okay, it's getting close again to the pre-market highs. Went all the way back down to 485, over 5 again. Again, an eye-catching press release. And the next high on the monthly chart, anyway, was around 6. So it does have some room on a monthly chart for EVGO. Okay, holding over 5 now, guys. Holding over 5 is EVGO and popping, trying to pop here. So obviously, I'm very interested in this one. Just hanging around that 526, 527 level. Volume 15 million have traded already, 15 million. 151 times normal up to this time of day. Now that relative volume filter, those numbers can be a little skewed at the very beginning of the day. Especially a stock that doesn't trade 15 million shares normally by 9:40 Eastern time. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on with this. This is these percentages. So it's almost like it's looking at a 5 minute change. Well, I keep an eye on that EVGL, guys. It's into the 530s. It might have a pop here. It's just taking its time. I'm not going to rush it. I think I have an alert set. I better have an alert set. No, yeah, I do have an alert set right up here. I'm going to set it a little bit lower, 533. I'm just looking at this potential energy that is building on this EVGO. But I'm not anticipating. You see, I'm not anticipating it's going to take this out. Okay. I'm just going to wait and see if it happens. I'm not anticipating. So I'm not taking the trade yet. So I'm probably missing a bunch of other things that have been moving, but I think this has the just because of the press release, it has the ability, I think, just to maintain some enthusiasm over the course of the day, and that's the EVGO. Shortable for me though, 53,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but well, you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to put an alert underneath here and see if it weakens at all. The VWAP is 508, 508 for EVGO. All right. Well, as I take a look at some of the other ones, Indo, that was a good one yesterday. These a small energy play. Okay, we had some of these small energy plays like Indo ripping because of oil prices, I guess. Mentioned the VRCA. Sorry, guys, I'm just sort of fixated on this EVGO. I kind of have to watch it. I'm just watching the time and sales. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, seeing how rapidly it's trading. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it rips here a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, kind of like that a little bit. Now, how you trade this is up to you. Okay. I'm not, I mean, if you're in this one, I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out that 550. Okay, guys, I have taken a little bit off. Okay. I'm always a little wary of that 550. Just little protection. So I've taken a little bit off right around that 550 level. But I'm hoping, of course, the what we looked at was $6. Okay. At on the monthly chart. Yeah, we're not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high approximately. Okay. 595 is the next high on the monthly chart. Okay, guys. Now, Levi, been all over the place now. Levi, down below the 200-day moving average again. Okay, interesting. Look at SMR. SMR is now fading somewhat. I'm looking down here. Siri, I've got probably one of the holdouts. I still have Sirius XM. So this is almost a lifetime low now. Almost a lifetime low now for Siri. For Siri, better not go bankrupt soon because I just signed up again. That's funny, Mike. I don't have Apple products, so I have Android. So Oh yeah, I play that game every year, Grumpy. I've actually been a subscriber for oh, could be 20 years, 15 years. I don't know, a long time. Okay, guys, let's divert here. RZLV, not doing anything, not doing anything really. I'm continuing to watch the EVGO, of course, to see if I can take out. Okay, 9:45 came, and we had some kind of what's the PMI composite? Yeah, composite. 9:45 came, PMI composite final, and then we have 10 o'clock. We have factory orders and ISM service index. They may affect a little bit the market. Then at 10:40, we got a couple of the Fed presidents talking, so that's what we have to look forward to. All right, guys. Well, that took me out of the EVGO. Okay, so I'm glad I took some off at that the 550 mark. Okay. I didn't like the way it was drifting down, so didn't make as much as I wanted to, but it could still have. I'm going to put on alert at the high here, maybe later on. Okay, so China stock guys. So I probably some of these China stocks are rebounding. Okay, most of the China stocks have been down for the day, and this is still down for the day, but probably we're getting some rebounding. Let me take a look at KWeb. Yeah, look at KWeb, guys. So KWeb, I don't think there was any news, driving this down. I think it was just, finally some profit taking. Now look at Duo. Duo is probably doing the same thing, and Duo is doing the same thing. DUO. HKD really was not suffering that much with the downturn. I thought this was China all the way, but they say they're headquartered in Paris. I thought this was China all the way. Hong Kong. All right. Well, your WWW, John, let's take a look at it because I know you mentioned it in the pre-market. It didn't have very much volume. Yeah, well, the volume picked up. Yeah, the volume did pick up. Look at INV now, guys. I forgot to keep an eye on this one. It was a SPAC that turned into INV. You can see it started trading. Looks like an IPO. It's a pseudo. Call them a pseudo IPO. But as most IPOs don't start in the pre-market. So that's why that it was a SPAC. It became INV today, trading with this symbol today because it was trading in the pre-market. Okay, blue sky near the high of the day. Okay, I don't see blue sky anywhere. BSKY. Let me take a look at BSKY. Another one that had a, an eye, kind of an eye-catching press release. Have I got the right symbol? Or Black Sky. Anyway, yeah, you put the name in wrong there, Todd. PS, you had BSKY, BKSY. So yeah, so Black Sky. I was calling it Blue Sky, but Black Sky. Room to about 580 or so. That's on a weekly chart. And again, this is the news. Shares rising on contract award worth up to $290 million. That's up to. Yeah, look at this guy. Some of these China plays now are rebounding in a big way. CNF, CNF. You know what? I'm a little disappointed in the EVGO. What can I say? Thought might get closer to 6. Maybe later on. I have an alert set at 550. Maybe later on it will. But anyway, it was a good quick trade for me anyway. Okay, guys. Here's another. Sorry, guys. There's some internal discussions happen. Look at okay, CHRS. Now, where could this go? Obviously, the next challenge would be around 114, and if it gets through that, it's got some room to about 130. Okay, that's the CHRS. It's popping for some reason here. Okay, popping for some reason. It's not a low float. 109 million in the float, and I'm seeing so many China stocks now rebounding. So many China stocks rebounding. Okay, EVGO is coming back. I mean, look at these. Look at these China stocks. They're really coming back. Most of them are probably going to look like this: a big downturn in the pre-market, and then a move higher. Tiger is actually now positive. TIGR is actually positive now. Give me a moment, guys. I got to answer somebody trade ideas. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. Well, EVGO is right back up now. I'm getting interested again in it. Right back at that 550 mark and 551. Now, I usually say that the stocks five and under can sometimes struggle at the 50-cent level, kind of like a whole number struggle. This was obviously over five, but the other thing is that I mean it's getting reasonably close to that six level. Okay, I mean I'd be surprised even if it takes out 550 that it'll actually. Wow, look at the market. I know I'm jumping here, guys, but look at the market. At 10 o'clock, there was some. So whatever the numbers were at 10 o'clock. Again, refresh my memory. 10 o'clock, we had factory orders and ISM service index. So whatever that means on the ISM service index, but factory orders. So the market loved whatever those numbers were, obviously. Black sky. Yeah, big. Well, not big pop, but it's a market high now. Okay, guys. Well, EVGO holding over 550 now. Or is it? All right, TOVX, trying to rebound a little bit. The VWAP is 178, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, at 178. Let's see if it can break through the VWAP again and maybe move from there. So I'm going to put an alert around 185 for TOVX. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to help Chris here. Just give me one moment. I did not say holy jumping. BKSY now, again, the next high, it's getting close, I think. It's getting pretty close, yeah. So you've got six to contend with. And then after that, so 585 is the next high on the daily chart, and it's right there. The next high after that is 618. Did I? I can't remember. Darren Pang. Wow, that's a guys, cores, CORZ. The next high is around 1250. Okay. Now this is showing up. What time is it now? 10:05. This is showing up on my biggest scanners from the open. Okay. You see, the EVGO is still kind of struggling to get through that level, that 550 level. All right, so there is the TOVX. It is now the next high. If it can take out two, the next high is around 240, 230. So, all right, guys, give me a couple of moments. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, EVGO still hanging around that 550 mark. Maybe now it's going to burst out. Well, remember, Roman, these are just day trades. Okay, nobody's looking to. At least I'm not. If I took the TLVX, not looking to hold it or just a day trade. Try to take advantage of for whatever reason. I think there was a little. Yeah, I mean, they came up with some news. Meanwhile, look at this market. We've actually gone positive now, guys. Yeah, so the SPY's positive. Dow is down, so we have a little disconnect in the market right now in terms of the Dow's down, but the Nas is up. SPY is up. Halted on the way up. Oh, it just resumed. Okay. Okay, guys. Cores, CORZ, working a little bit. Working a little bit. Yeah, well, John, your WWW is looking pretty interesting now. Trying to hold 18, trying to hold that 18 level. Let me take a look on a monthly chart to see where it could go before it hits some resistance. Hmm, have to back it out a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like the next high on a monthly chart, it's got a room. I mean, 1939, if we look at a monthly chart, when was this? This was 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, yeah, so that's a high of 2 years ago. Still room. 18. We're at 18 right now, a little over 18 right now. 2079 is the next high in a monthly chart. So yeah, there's still some room. Don't see any news on this one other than I've seen these guys before, Paribas or I don't even know where they're from. Paribas. Target of 22 for this. Yeah, INV. So yeah, it's dropped after the halt. All right, guys, I'm out of the cores just for a little bit. CORS, not Coors. Cores, CORZ. I'm out of it just for a little bit. Verona, guys, lifetime high again. Lifetime high now for VRNA. Lifetime high. So SMR dropped, probably NNE dropped, and so probably did OKLO dropped. Another China stock, EON. No, I'm sorry, it's not a China stock. EONR been very active. Good exit for me in the cores. All right, guys, 10:15 now. I'm going to go over my homepage and all the scans that you can have. And if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately 3 p.m. for me, live on the mic and sharing my screen. William in our main room has graciously, many times, keeping the room open till 4 when I leave. And just getting my homepage so you can take a look at my homepage. And again, hang around because you can see the scans that I'm currently sharing. Yeah, the spy's been wow, all over the place now. Look at this, all over the place. Okay, my homepage. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Okay, using my code helps to keep the room free. That's what the company likes to see. Okay, because the room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. So, I mean, if you're going to take out a subscription, I don't mean today or tomorrow or next week, next month, whenever you do, just use my code. Really that simple. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Oops, no, you're changing things here. They get started with these are 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, so two of the main elements of trade ideas are right here. Maybe this will fix itself now. There's some gremlins going on here, guys. I want to see if this fixes itself. So anyway, 10 short videos, you must do that first. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you, a series of videos designed for people who are new to trading, all free. Talk of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, also free. Okay, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click here for the education section. And we've got a great user guide. I'll just go over a couple of things in the user guide. At the very beginning, the getting started. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. So I've got a stock race going right here. Here's how you can set up your own with your own parameters. I'm going to go over mine, but this is how you can set up your own. Okay. Also, you've noticed that I use price alerts on the charts. Use that all the time. And if you wanted to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Okay. A lot of other information is in the user guide, but again, like any other software program, there's a lot to it. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. So don't look at this and think, my gosh, this is way too complicated. All right. You don't have to learn everything. Getting started again. Now, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm whether it's him or not. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and middle section are my scans. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, but I'm only displaying a few of them, okay? So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The halts resumes is over here. This is a little wonky. Something's going on with these percentages today. I'll have to try to figure it out later. But the relative strength leaders is here. And then the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Now, I do have another scan on my other monitor. I'm not trying to hide them. I just don't want to overwhelm the main monitor. But I have a momentum scan, which is right here. And I also have this up and running, the large cap gainers from the open, this race. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. You can take a look at them. My advice, though, is don't have them all up and running. In other words, don't make a giant layout with all these scans. It would be too much information overload. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you've got questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer it, but I should be able to direct you to somebody who could. Yeah, look at that EVGO. It's still struggling to get clear of that 550 mark in a big way. All right. Let's take a look at the momentum scan, okay, to demonstrate the power of trade ideas. So this is what I call a momentum scan. It's an alert window. And if I right click on it, I'm going to show you what it's looking for. So what we are really, really good at is real-time alerting. Okay. This is the screening aspect. A lot of screening programs out there, but we take it a step further with real-time alerting. So here's the screening aspect of this scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Okay, it's time of day sensitive. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why you're seeing LTBR at 1021 plus well, and here's IMPP. This is another one of those little oil plays, energy plays. So IMPP met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why these are all real-time alerts. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. But if you want to make any change, it's on my homepage called Momo. But if you want to make changes, of course you can. Want to change, maybe you don't like that price range or something else about it. Maybe you want to add a filter, go ahead. Okay. Want to make your own scans right from scratch. Okay, I'm just going to answer Bezavi. Well, the only way you can automate, you have to create your own strategy or your own scan, whatever you want to call it, strategy scan. And then you have to, go into Brokerage Plus, and you have to. That's the only way you can automate things. I wouldn't do it, Mizavi. Okay, I just don't think auto trading is the way to go. But I can't stop you from doing it. But that's the you can auto trade your own strategy. Okay, using Brokerage Plus connected to your. I got really nothing to do with TradeWave. If you're talking about the buy and sell flags that happen, no. Okay. So new high and the new so again, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. So right at the very top here, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. Again, if you're new to all this, don't think, my goodness, way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. You don't have to learn all of these real time alerts and all these filters. The only reason there are so many of them, and I think it makes perfect sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay. So that's why we had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could create the type of scan they're looking for if they wanted to create their own scan. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters to create my scans. That doesn't mean that all these ones that I don't use are bad. All that means is that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. So yeah, if you're talking about when you get a buy a flag right there, will automatically take the trade? No. Only one way you can automate your trading, and you have to create your own. You have to create your own strategy. You have to put it in Brokerage Plus, and then you have to enable it. Okay. I don't think it's a good idea, but I can't stop you. And the reason I don't think it's a good idea is because I mean, I'm not. Again, I don't want to impose my trading style onto anybody, but I would never take a trade unless I saw what it looked like on a chart. And so, will it take me 4 or 5 seconds to evaluate? Yeah, and then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Okay, 4 or 5 seconds should not be the end of the world. Even if it moves a little bit. Okay. Boy, this has been a rocky road today, guys. Now at 10:20, a couple of these guys are talking, aren't they? No, 10:40. They talk at 10:40. A couple of Fed presidents talk at 10:40, Kashkari and Bostic. So that hasn't hit yet. So maybe they can say something nice. Yeah, but the thing is, Pepe, I did not change it. It has to be. I agree. It has to be. But I did not change it. I didn't do anything. It's not a bad idea, though, really, because the problem with the other way is that it's just going to show you the top. It's going to show you the top stocks up, but are they moving? But I did not make. I did not. And see, I'm not sorting. I'm still sorting on the change from the close. I'm not sorting on the change in 5 minutes. I wonder. That's weird. Give me yours. Put yours in there. It's so strange to me. I haven't made any changes. Anyway, let me go over the races, okay? I think the races, the cool feature we've got. So when you see this race, when you this is I'm running a 4-minute race. Now remember, if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click on the guide, and then there's a whole section on stock racing, as I mentioned before, how you create your own race based on your parameters. Okay. I like running 4-minute races. You don't have to run a 4-minute race. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 1-minute race, a 10-minute race, up to you. Okay. I just happen to like running a 4-minute race. So what does that actually mean? So we're 3 minutes into this race. Since the race started, okay, since the race started, EONR has moved the most. Now, it's not a big move. It's only 6 cents, but it has moved 3.95%, okay, since the race started. And once the race is over, there will, of course, be a winner. And notice that eventually there'll be a top 10 list that is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. VRCA at the top here has won 4 races. RZLV has won 3 races, etc. Okay. And eventually there will be a top 10 list, which is nice. That means it gives you 10 stocks that you can just concentrate on if you want to all day long. Okay. Let's wait for this race to be over. EONR. So if it does end up winning the race, that'll be the second race it's won. And there it goes. So that'll change to a 2. Okay. So it'll change to a 2. So if some new stock wins a race, then it'll be in the top 10. So with that concept, the question now should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Okay, so first of all, every race starts from a top list window. If I right click on the race and open the top list, popped on my other monitor. Notice if I right click on the top list window, I can launch the real-time stock race, okay? So it should be obvious now. You can create your own top list window with your own parameters and run your race based on your parameters. What I'm looking for in this top list window is any stock that is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded at least and up 2% from yesterday's close. That doesn't have to be your parameters. You can make your top list whatever you want. And this is a big list of stocks, as you can see, that meet all those parameters. Can't even fit them all on my monitor. So before we had races, this is how a person would use a top list window. Good question. We used to always get, we still get it. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, so here's EVGO up 39% from yesterday's close. As long as you have a column header, if you have the column header, you can always sort on it. So I have the change from the close. This is the change from the open. I have different headers that I can sort on. If I want to find the stock with the highest relative volume today, there's HKD, 615. Okay, so there, EVGO up 38%, HKD 34%, etc. If I want to see the stock that has changed the most from its opening trade of the day, a little bit different. VRCA 32%, Tiger 23%, etc. So again, nice information to know. If you just want to concentrate on these stocks, great. But what the race does, see, the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or is up the most from its opening trade of the day. What would happen if, let's pick a stock that, 9, NNE, okay, very active stock. What if NNE, which is right now, where did it go? Up 5% from the opening trade. What if for whatever reason, it really started to move? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, 15%. Well, how could you ever know? How could you ever know some stock in this list that was really moving? Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether it's near whether it's up the most from yesterday's close or it's up the most from the opening trade. All it cares about is in this big list of stock, what is the one that is moving the most percentage-wise? And you can see right now, I don't even know where GSIW is. It's probably down here somewhere, but there it is right there. How would you ever know that? All right. But the race will alert you to that. This stock is starting to move for whatever reason. So click on it. Click on it, see what's happening. Wow, look at that. Okay. And you can, what I do is I would click on anything that you see here. You don't have to wait, number one, for the race to be over to click on it. If a stock is starting to move, click on it just to see. Or if it's in this list at all, just click on it, just see what's happening with it. Okay, there's that Verona. I mean, this Verona, this has been just a wonderful one. Now, if you're looking more for pullback type plays, okay, here's this EVGO again, flirting with that 550 level. Yeah, but if you're looking for more pullback plays, first of all, you can click on any one of these at any time and check to see what's happening. So for instance, here's the EONR. It got up to $2. It's pulled back a little bit to 184. There's the VWAP. If you're sort of a VWAP player, 178. Okay. That was the VWAP. So look what it did. It kind of held the VWAP. So if you're more of a VWAP type player, then you can, if you think that the VWAP is going to provide some support, that's a support area. Well, you can click on any one of these and just see what's happening then. Or maybe you've got a moving average on the chart that you like to see if a stock pulls back into it and holds it. So that's how you can use any one of these as, potential pullback plays. Okay. Here's APLD. What did it pull back to? 846. So it's just slightly under the VWAP. So you might want to put a price alert over the VWAP and see if it pops through and then moves from there. So that's that race. Now, here's the other race that I'm also running. Now, if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe look at this race. The difference between these two races, you'll notice now there's not a huge percentage move, but you'll see some big percentage moves sometimes in this race. You can see, even 3%, but you can see 10%, 15%, 20% sometimes. Rarely will you see a percentage like this here. And the reason being is that I added two filters to this race. I call this large cap. Now, this is not super large cap, but if I open the top list, look how few stocks meet the filter requirements compared to the ones over here. And why? That's because I added a couple of filters. One, the market cap has to be at least 500 million. Not that that's a super high market cap, but I did put that. And also the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So based on that, you're just not going to get like big percentage moves here. Does not mean they're not good to watch, though. And notice also a top 10 list is automatically built for you. So if I were new to trading, I might want to concentrate on this sort of a race because, yes, while these are exciting and fun, and you get the big percentage moves, with the big percentage moves can come with bigger percentage drops. They're a lot more volatile. I'm not saying these are all, clear sailing, but they're less volatile. And so if you're just starting out trading, I'd probably maybe concentrate on a race like this. And that's where I found the CORZ earlier. Not that it was, awesome, but it gave me a little bit of a trade. And it's actually trying to come back a bit. Let's take a look at Love Airline. See if it's pulling back into a level. Take a look at that Verona. I think Verona is, all-time high again, all-time high again. Viking, this is a cruiser, river cruiser. But you can see, the big difference, 0.65%. Is that a big move? Percentage wise, no, no. But what a nice, what a nice, what a nice looking chart this has been, right? Whereas, you get some API was up like 5%, but it's so yeah. While it's a lot more fun, these ones are a lot more fun, if we can call it fun. They're also a lot more tricky and challenging to trade. Trickier and more challenging to trade. Well, it's been a challenging day. There's no question. I mean, with the market doing what it's doing, it has been a challenging day for me anyway. Maybe some of you are trying to get clear sailing, but the really, what, the big trade, the big one to focus on, I suppose, all these China stocks. But even now, so my guess is that after the China stocks did this, now look what's happening, a little bit of a downturn. So my guess is that a lot of the China stocks are going to look like this now too. Well, your triple W is still kind of hanging tough around that 18 level, John. Or yeah, John. Still hanging tough around the 18 level. I think I'll put an alert around 1821 and see if it gets up to that level and see what happens if it does. And you can see, it's leading a race. It's only up 0.36%, but it doesn't mean it's bad. Okay. Why I kind of like this one is because it's just over that whole number. Okay. I love to see stocks take out the whole number and hold. Why? Well, I think that the whole number is just kind of a psychological area to get through. I mean, okay, now guys, there's the EVGO now. Is it finally going to really leave it behind, that 550 behind? Now it's getting closer to that 590 level. And if you have our AI, there was the alert at 529. It's pretty choppy. All depends where you would put your stop, when you're in something like this. Because remember, it got all the way back down to almost right down to five. So it depends where you put your stops. Oh, look at this now. What a very choppy day. Now 10:40. Okay, I don't know what they're talking about. Remember, the two Fed presidents are talking now at 10:40. So whatever they're saying, maybe the market's not liking it. Again, we're talking short term. Market not liking it. We're just talking short term. Now, if EVGO can take out this six level, I'm going to stick an alert up there because where could it go if it takes out the six level? Then the next high on a monthly chart, anyway, is up here at 790. And you can see, again, people ask, well, where could you find EVGO on certain scans? Well, look at the momentum scan right there. Look at the race right here, and also down here. Okay. And the upside movers versus downside movers. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of clicking on a few of these from the large cap gainers from the open. Yeah, so let's see again that six level right there. That's my blue line right there on the chart for EVGO. Yeah, Tiger. You know what? Tiger is kind of bucking the trend. Okay, Tiger is still well. Before I say that, let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, so KWeb has had a bit of a drop now, bit of a drop, but Tiger is not experiencing the same sort of a drop. Not yet, anyway. So Tiger, I mean, it's a wow. I mean, that is very strong. I mean, it's above yesterday's high. It's above yesterday's high. So most of the China stocks are probably not quite like this one. So Tiger is above yesterday's high. Okay, guys, EVGO getting closer and closer to that the 595 level. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So, I like this one also. Well, I did. I thought 914, but it's now dipped down below the nine. I love the fact if it can get back over nine, RZLV. Not a low float, 60 million. So it's not going to be as super active as some of these low floaters. But if later on, if we can get it back over nine, had some news. Okay, Microsoft and Resolve AI partner to drive global retail innovation. I have my thoughts about that press release, but doesn't really matter what I think, I guess. You guys have been talking about AMD all day long. Let's take a look at it. All right. Yeah, what a move. What a move up here, straight up. Where's the VWAP? 164.23, 164.09. So probably has to get above the VWAP. That's not that far away. $164 stock. It's only 20 cents away, less than 20 cents away. I don't think I've seen this one before. Ingevity Corporation, NGVT, and this is starting to move down here. It's not an all-time low, 9.2% at the low, but let's take a look on a monthly chart. Where is the next low? Well, you got to go way back. You know what? I'm going back to 2020. Does it really matter? 4 years ago? But that is the next low, 23. Is that right? No, 20. We're at 31.35 right now. And that low right there is 32. So it's below that. And so the next low looking left is about $25. So there is a lot of room. That's 4 years ago. A lot of shares available also for me and Interactive Brokers, 580,000 shares available. Interesting. I don't, I wish I'd seen this one. Slacked off on this one, guys, because this is a classic, to short a stock. The CEO, company announces a CEO departure. And typically when that happens, it's not planned. I mean, I may be wrong. Let me see. Effective. Yeah, I mean, he's departed effective October 2nd. So, and it doesn't say we thank him for his stellar work, etc. So this looks like it was kind of forced on the guy. I don't know. So it's never, usually that's not a good sign. I wish I'd seen that. But you know what? It probably didn't really trade that much in the pre-market. So I didn't really see this. It really happened at 9:30, the big drop. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Pepe. I'm just seeing that you popped that in. Just want to see out of curiosity. Look at that. There's something weird going on. Because this is your link. Yeah, that is super weird. I mean, this is your link. I just loaded it, and it's basically, I have maybe a couple of filters in here that, but something going on. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now because actually, if this is the change in 5 minutes, it's not the worst thing in the world. So it's still looking at stocks that are positive for the day, but changing in 5 minutes. GSIT, guys, GSIT, GSIT. Let's take a look at this one. So the next high, $4 or so, $4 or so on a monthly chart. Let me get a weekly chart and see if the week shows up. Anything closer? No, it looks like about $4 is the next high for GSIT. And it's a pretty low float, 18 million in the float. EVGO getting again close to that 595 high. Well, WWW, boring, but it is still hanging over 18, guys. Still hanging over 18. I have my alert set at the high up here because when you look left on the weekly or the monthly chart, it has room. So, it's sort of stabilizing right over 18. Now, HIMS is sorry. Now, I wouldn't mind shorting this one if it gets under 16. The only problem is 1574 is the next low looking left. 1573, it's pretty close. I wish it could. I wish 15. Like there's the V1. There's the 200-day moving average way down here around 15. I wish it were more clear sailing down there before we met anything on the daily chart. Okay, this Zeta's got some room, guys. ZETA has some room. The high today was, well, it looks like around 30.56. If it takes that out, the next high on the daily chart is a little over 32. So I'm going to put a price alert right about the high of the day and see if it takes it out later on. It's not a low float, 183 million. Price target raised to 44 from 33 by Roth. Okay, that is news. Oh, that was actually yesterday. Sorry, on the 1st, October 1st. Interesting. No shorts available for me though at Interactor Brokers for EVGO. I mean, they could try to locate them, but they're not readily available. I don't know if that. I think there might have been 50 odd thousand earlier today, but I may be wrong. I'm amazed at that. That Fidelity would have a million and Interactive Brokers has none right now, immediately available. Yeah, there's the LTBR. Unfortunately for me, anyway, I look at this and there's the high in the weekly chart, 340. That's pretty close. Now, if it can take out 340, I mean, then 435 is the next high in the weekly chart. So it would have some room. It has some room. Oh yeah, this was the IPO from yesterday, guys. I think. Yeah, I'm going to put a price alert at the high, and this was, of course, 2 million shares, $4. So it's a little bit above the IPO price right now. And I know Draw could probably tell me. I'll save you the effort. I want to check to see if it's a China stock. I can't remember. And the answer is yes. So this is a China stock, guys. So this is a China stock. Again, if you're looking to want to track IPOs and all, this is, I think, a pretty good website. Okay, IPO Scoop. Okay, you can. These are the ones that have already launched, and then if you look at the calendar, these are the upcoming ones. Okay. So I will put that link in case anybody wants to track IPOs. Yeah, so you can see, I mean, if it can take out that high right there, this could go on a bit of a run, and that's the WCT. EVGO just made another new high. Can it get through that 595? All right, guys, it's 11:04, so in about a little less than an hour, I will be taking a break. Should be Steve today, but sometimes Steve and Andy switch off. Andy's usually on Fridays, Steve's on Thursdays, but sometimes they switch off. I just want to confirm it will be Steve. It'll be somebody. Just want to see if it's Steve, though. Too bad. DHT looking interesting, but when I look left, there looks like there could be some resistance around the 12 level. So not interested in it. All right, confirmation. It is Steve going to be in our YouTube room. Steve's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about his methodology, perhaps, about finding some stock to call the trade of the week. MNSO guys. So, shoot, another one. Look at that 200-day moving average. It looked really interesting to me until I saw that 200-day moving average, which is, it's got number one, it's got to get through 19, and then the 200-day moving average is 1921. So for me, it's just not good enough. Okay, if the next high looking left had been like 2020, which it is, if I can get through that moving average, maybe, but I can't take the trade yet. All right, guys. Well, here's your critical level now for EVGO. Critical. I mean, it's right at that high now, right at that high, which is 595. And as they say, when you back it out just a little bit further, you've got a high of 648. Well, it depends on the time frame you're looking at for EVGO. Yeah, I don't see any yet. Yeah, how about on a 15? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, whatever the reason, the filters did not, the requirements weren't met. All right, this RZLV I just got a price alert on it, which meant it just got a little bit of a above 9. I mean, this has the just wish it would hold over 9 a lot better. I mean, this has some news also, okay? Microsoft and the press release, etc. It did get up to almost $11. This could be one of these ones that later on in the day, maybe now, but later on in the day, could have that little drive, okay? So that's why I have an alert. I have to reset my alerts 9:34, and again, just because at 8:30 this morning, and good volume too. Was good volume. It got up to almost $11. So this could be one of those that later on in the day you get some enthusiasm back. Yeah, Herman, it's we there's an API problem. There's nothing. We're trying to fix it. E-Trade changed the API on us, so we're trying to fix it. It's obviously not easy. Yeah, I know. Since yesterday, I know the company is aware of it. Let me just find out if there's any update on that. Nothing we well, we're trying to do something, but I don't know. I have no idea. I they have to work with us, and they don't. I hate to say it like this. I said this morning. I mean, they honestly don't really care whether we can connect to them or not. It's not an easy fix because we have to. We have to work with them, and whether they want to do it or not, I don't know. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's very possible that we will not deal with it, E-Trade. I shouldn't say that. Okay, I mean, I know they're trying, but we have IB works with us a lot better. How's that? And so is Alpaca, which is I know is not a widely used brokerage, but E-Trade has never been that friendly with us. So I have no idea if if it's going to happen. Eaton, guys, ETON. Something's happening with this one. Price target, $7. Well, it's very close. JP Morgan announced a $7 price target. That must be probably giving it the pop. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything interesting happening? Now, listen, I may be completely wrong with the LTBR. The Yeah, I mean 329. It got through that 329. So now the next high is 465 for LTBR. I was thinking that might block it, but so far no, and it's been straight up. I don't see any news on this one. It's a fairly low float, 13.8 million in the float. Just checking my IB headline news. I don't see any specific news on it today anyway. So this is okay. I never really considered this part of that little sector, but this is the nuclear fuel technology, along with I guess NNE and SMR and OKLO. I guess I have to add this one to a stock to follow in that kind of a sector. Next generation nuclear fuel technology. This is definitely has lagged the other ones. Oh, okay. There's the weekly. Okay, that's what I was looking at, that 341. When it was sitting around 327, I looked at that 341. So that's on the weekly. So it's right there. Now, if it can really break through, 435 is the next high. next high on the weekly chart for LTBR. Now, I can't take it now. I mean, I'd be chasing it way too much, but let's see if it has any sort of a pullback. If you're in it, of course, I don't want it to pull back for you, but well, there's your WWW still hanging over 18. Oh, look at this MNSO. Look at that 200-day moving average right there, 1921. I have to put an alert just over it. See if it takes it out. Come on, EVGO, crack that 6. Moderna, mRNA. So, wow, this has been moving down all day long, guys. Moderna is being sued for violating securities laws and impacted share. Oh, okay, so they're one of these lawyers, but so there's a bunch of news. I mean, this news hit after hours, fending off a U.S. patent lawsuit over COVID shots for now. Point somebody as a chairman of the board. But this Moderna, man, oh man, this is really sinking here. Well, sinking. Well, it actually, I mean, look at this. Yeah, 152 back in early in June, $61 now. 6213 is the VWAP, so it's quite a bit below. There's EVGO over 6 now. All right, guys. Well, let's see how well it holds over 6 now. Remember, the next high is what? Is right here, right here. So it's 649 or so. Boy, this Verona, how strong has this one been? This VRNA all-time excuse me, all-time high now. Well, I mean, intraday it is higher, but 3188. But basically, it's an all-time high. We look back, okay, on the daily charts, and that's why it says 102.9% because the all-time high, I guess, before was 3078. So Herman, if you're still around, there is somebody trying to work. Well, not trying to. There is somebody working on trying to figure out the how we can get the connection back with E Trade. Okay, I just don't have an ETA on it, but it's not. It we're completely aware of it. It's really tough for us, when a company just when we link to a company again. Most of them don't care whether we can link or not, and when they make a change to their API, we're at their mercy. That means we have to contact them and whether they're, as William says, I mean, I didn't really think of it that way that E-Trade would consider us a competitor, but you know what? I like this RZLV, except for one glaring problem. Look at that spread, 889, 917. That's pretty weird when it's got 60 million in the float, in my opinion. I mean, it's not like it's a super low float situation, and it's traded enough, 4 million, 19 times normal. You mean, yeah, I mean, love to take this. Now you're the WWW. Okay, there you go. I think now maybe you're making your move for John. That spread scares me, with the because they can just drop that bid. I mean, it's not terrible right now, 910, 917. Again, the blue screen from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. I mean, they're, 950, 916, not great, but they could easily just drop that bid like that, 894, 915. I mean, that's you just and it's look at that, guys. I mean, that's exactly the reason why I didn't want to take this trade. Look at that, 875, 894 now. So I usually shy away when I see antics like that. All right, EVGO holding six, not badly now. Weed on the move. Let's say take a look at MSOS. Is it just individual stocks or is it the sector? Look at that. I mean, the sector is just not moving. Interesting. Unless there's hardly any exposure to. I think somebody mentioned that a long time ago. I think William, you may have mentioned like there's not that much CGC and all the big cannabis plays in MSOS. If that's the case, then what makes it move? I'll bet you the other one that I used to look at all the time that I can't remember anymore. This one trades a lot, 1.7 million. Is it MJ? No, it wasn't MJ. Yeah, I see that headline also on the news, including a sale to get a potential sale, strategic options, including a potential sale. Company is working with advisors to gauge interest. Okay. I did the HLX. Okay. Thank you, William. 345. Okay. I'll be taking off almost 100% for sure right at 2:30. I'm not going to hang around afterwards. I've got something I've got to do. So I'm going to probably take off right at 2:30 Eastern time. All right, guys. Yeah. So EVGO is yeah, doing a good job at holding over 6 so far. Again, that 642 is the next. I should remember. I'm going to have to write it down. $648. 648 is the next high for EVGO. 648 is the next high on the monthly chart anyway. If it can somehow get through that, then yeah, $8 is the next high on the monthly chart. Yeah, still no shorts available at Interactor Brokers for it for EVGO. Well, again, we talked about this in the pre-market. It's a very eye-catching press release. $1 billion, probably a low interest loan from the Department of Energy, I think, your Department of Energy. So it's definitely an eye-catching press release. CC, hi, I'm new to the room. I would love to have my charts like yours. Now, when you say charts, are you talking about charts or are you talking about scans and also? So these are charts. If you can see what I'm pointing at, daily, 5-minute, 15, and monthly, or well, I want to change that to a weekly. So is that what you mean? The week, are you talking about these charts or are you talking about other things? Sometimes it's just semantics. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, okay, so if you go to my homepage, CC, click on my homepage link. I just put it underneath. And if you click on it, what you're going to see, if you scroll down, oh, Zeta just triggered. Okay. If you scroll down until here are my scans. Okay. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing that you can see. Now I have a lot of other scans that I share. I don't have them all up and running, but if you're looking for the biggest scanners from the start of the race, it's here. If you're looking for the halts resumes, it's here. I don't have a layout like a link for the layout. The reason I don't is that not everybody wants everything. Okay. So it's kind of a la carte. You just kind of pick and choose what you might want. This relative strength leaders from the close is here. And then the movers to the upside, movers to the downside is here. Okay, upside movers versus downside movers. So those are the things that you can actually see. I do have other scans that I actually do have up and running on my other monitor. I have a momentum scan, okay, which is right there. A moment, get rid of the price alerts. There's the momentum scan is right there. Okay. So these are the ones, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. All you have to do, I mean, I've named them, so you can load the ones that you want. Now, as far as the charts are concerned, I mean, that's kind of up to you. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to force my time frame on anybody. I have a 5 minute, not change it. I have a 5 minute chart. I have a 15-minute chart. I have a daily chart. I have a weekly chart. Okay, so you can do the charts. Good. So it's really then this is what you're looking for. And you can just find it in my homepage. Okay. You are welcome. And you know how to load things, right? You know how to click on my link, on a link to a scan you want. You know how to load it, get it onto your platform, onto your screen. You know how to do that. If you don't, I'll show you. I'll give you a. Yeah, no, but I mean, when you go to my homepage, so when you go to my homepage and you scroll down, and here are the scans. But okay, but here are the links. Do you know how to load? For instance, if you wanted the momentum scan or this one, the biggest scanners, right there. You know how to load it. You click on the link. I'll do this just for others, in case you're not 100% sure how to do this, because here are the links. So you just click on the open scan, click on it, and depends on your browser setting. But when I do it, it shows up. It overwrote that. Sometimes it depends on your browser setting. Sometimes it'll show up in a new tab. But you can see that when I clicked on it, there it is right there. There's the link. Okay. All I have to do then is copy it, just as I'm doing. So now I have Control C. I have copied that link. And then all you have to do is go to File, Load from Cloud. And notice when you do that, here's the link right there. It's already pasted into the box. You can see it's the same as an ED561, ED561, and then you load it. Now it's on your screen. Don't worry. This is all too convoluted down here. It's pretty simple. Just load it, shows up in a tab, copy the link. And when you do that, file load from cloud, and it should appear in that box. And then you just click on load. Now it's on your screen. Let me know if it worked. Okay. If you had a problem, let me know. And as always, for everybody, once you get something on your screen, don't forget to save it. You have to save it into your cloud also. Okay, it's on your screen, or create a layout and save your layout. So let me know if it works, CC. Okay, I can always demonstrate it again, and then it doesn't matter what link it is. All the links are all the links are the same in terms of how to load them. And Cece, don't be shy, okay? I mean, if it didn't work for you, if you're having a problem, just let me know. Okay, it's easy for me just to demonstrate right on the screen, and I can go more slowly if it's not working for you, if you're still a little bit confused. Okay. So let's do this again because other people might have the same issue. Okay. So I'll watch. I'm going to put my homepage link in again because if you're following all that text, I think it's just a little too convoluted. So again, you've clicked on my homepage link. So you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down until this you get the scan section. Okay, that should be pretty simple. Okay. You click on any one of these links. So I'm going to click on that little link that says open scan. Okay. When I do that, see, don't look at all this. Don't look at all this. So you see how the link now, that link is right here. It's right here. And now in your browser, again, sometimes it shows up in another tab, but you should be able to see it. Then just, highlight it like you would normally do, just dragging it, highlight it. Okay. And then copy it. Control C will copy that link. Pretty simple. And then just go up to the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. Okay, let me do it again then. So you should see something that says Open Scan, right? You can see that. Okay, well, in the browser. Okay, so when I click on Open Scan for me, when I do that, it's going to overwrite this. But sometimes it shows up in a new tab. But when I click on that, Open Scan, there it is. There it is. That link right there. That's the link for the scan. Okay, it's right there. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Okay, and then okay, so if you can see that, then like most things within, computers, all you have to do is I'm just going to I'm highlighting it. You see how I'm just putting my mouse pointer at the end, dragging it, dragging it, dragging it. Okay. Now that all that is highlighted, and then I can copy it. Control C on my keyboard. Control C. Okay. So now it's copied. Now the next step is just go to the toolbar. Okay. Go to the toolbar and File, Load from Cloud. File, Load from Cloud. When you do that, you see how this box is automatically filled in. See that box right there? Automatically filled in with that link. Did that work? I'm assuming you're using our downloadable application. Are you on the web-based version? Because it's a little bit different on the web-based version. Yeah, just have to go to File, Load from Cloud, and it should be automatically in there. Okay, good. Okay, well, that's good. Then when you go File, Load from Cloud, I click File. Well, if you've copied that correctly, then File, Load from Cloud, and there it is. You shouldn't have to do anything else. If it somehow it's blank, that means you just haven't copied it correctly. You haven't highlighted it and then Control C to copy the link. Okay, did that fill in when you went File, Load from Cloud? Did that fill in the box with that link? I mean, I'm showing you the link right there. File, well, it should not see. If you hit File right up there, just click on Load from Cloud. If you say you've got the downloadable version, if you hit File or click on File and then click on Load from Cloud, this is what you should see. Okay, this is what you should see. It does not say open in desktop. I don't think anyway. It shouldn't say that. Are you not seeing this? Okay. File, load from cloud. Sorry, file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. That's all you have to do. When you click on file, then you get this, you get a bunch of options here, but you just click load from cloud. And it should be right there. If you've copied this, now, if you're not seeing that, file, load from cloud. So you're not, so when you click on file, you don't see all this, load from cloud, save or share to cloud, load window, exit. You don't see all that. How is that possible if you're using the downloadable version? Okay, does your toolbar say file, new, tools, windows, help, account, and all this? Does the toolbar say all this? I mean, does it look like my toolbar? Or my toolbar, does it look like this? File, new, tools, windows, etc. Alert trigger. Okay, the question though is, do you have a toolbar that looks like this, that says file, new, tools, windows, etc.? Do you have a toolbar that like I'm pointing to? Does it look like that? Okay, when you click file, you're not seeing load from cloud, save or share to cloud, etc. Alert trigger, I don't know how you're getting alert trigger. Pepe? I mean, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible that when you click on file, you're not seeing this. You're not clicking on new, are you? You click on file. New has things like alert window and all, but not alert trigger. I mean, it's almost Cece, it's almost impossible that if you have the same toolbar that I have, that when you click on file, that you don't have all this load from cloud and all. You can't be clicking on file. I'm sorry, unless there's something very, very strange happening. Because alert trigger is never, ever, ever an option here. Okay. I have a feeling. I think you're confused because you think you're in the. Just give me a moment. Does yours look like this? Oh, you hit load from cloud. Okay, okay. Well, but the right version in the software. I mean, this is the web-based version. I thought maybe you're so you okay, load from cloud. Okay, so now you're good, right? I mean, that's, what doesn't matter the version because I mean, this has been forever. Load from cloud. And then If you've copied that link correctly, you should see it right here. Maybe you're not, do you know how to copy? Maybe that's it. You just don't know how to copy links. Oh, it's there. Okay. Yay. Well, if it's there, then all you have to do is load it. Click on load. Yeah. Now it'll be on your screen, like just like magic. Okay. Just click load. Yep. Load, and now it'll be on your screen. As long as that box was filled in with a link. Okay. If I hit load right now, showing up on my other monitor, here it is. There's that race right there. Okay. Are we good? Well, that well, but if it does, well, it should give you the name, because I've named all the scans. Yeah, I've named all the scans, so it's just a matter of remembering that. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, Booster, I understand. I try to help people. This took a little longer, but yeah, I mean, I can't help if you can't remember what you've clicked on. Well, they're all named here. Okay, so that's up to you to remember. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Time is it now? So Steve is going to be taking over for me fairly soon, in about 10 minutes. Sohu. So again, another one of these China stocks, guys. That this one was not that weak, really. I mean, it didn't drop like a lot of the China stocks. Sohu, and it's still running here. SOHU. I see Bally's on the move. Gambling stock. BALY. That's on the move. Wow. No, this looks like this was a buyout. Obviously, this was a buyout, guys. You can see in the weekly chart, it just was flatlining. So, so for whatever reason, though, I don't know if the buyout is if there's a competitive bid coming in. I can't see any news to that effect. There must be something though, because I mean, this was flatlined for since July 22nd, the week of July 22nd, and it's flatlined all the way to here. But I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news that there may be some a competitive bid is coming in, because this is, I mean, that's a pretty big move. I mean, from 1720 to 18 and steadily up. So there's got to be something happening. Man, Novavax doing its thing again. So the high yesterday, this was such a beautiful one yesterday, ran all the way, basically all day. Little bit of a pullback at the end, 1524, closed at 1468. But this was a beautiful move, almost like this all day. And that's for the NVAX. So now on on a weekly chart, I mean, look at the room it's got. That's what made it exciting yesterday because all the room it had, it still has room. 1723 on the weekly chart, 1722 on the weekly chart is the next high. So if it can take out yesterday's high, I mean, this could still have a run in it. I'm going to stick an alert up there, 1529, and see if it has another run in it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up. Okay, I'm not leaving until Steve gets into our YouTube room, but I'll just get prepared for this on a break. So back around 1 p.m. when Steve shows up, okay, 1 p.m. Eastern time. And for those of you who are in our main room, well, that was smart. I got rid of it. Just give me a moment. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. when Steve shows up, okay? And here is the link to get into YouTube for those of you who are in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, in the main room. And head over and listen to Steve. And again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And I'm 100% sure you will hear Steve talk about that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. That is that yellow line on my 15-minute chart. He loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He'll probably talk about, he might even have, he's got a scan that, shows you stocks that are maybe coming into the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. He likes that as a support. Meanwhile, look at this market. My goodness, what a chop fest we've had today. Wow. Give me one moment, guys. Boy, this MNSO is really teasing me here. There's that 200-day moving average, 1921. So it's still, it's still got a ways to go. 27 cents or so to that 200-day moving average. But if it can take it out, I mean, it's got some room to run. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, EVGO finally, that's giving it up. But too bad. 1,200 shares just became available at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure there were some available earlier, but there was probably a lot of anxious moments because people were, now there's 1,000 shares available. So what I'm talking about, if you have Interactive Brokers, it's kind of cool. They just got snapped up. They just got snapped up. And that's Interactive Brokers. I cannot tell you how your broker will handle that, but it's a nice feature at Interactive Brokers. It lets me know how many shares are available, and all of a sudden when those got snapped up, maybe now I could ask them to locate, but I'm not going to do that. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our YouTube room. So guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room. Okay, we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now, Steve, give me one moment as I stop my music so I can hear you. Here we go. Mr. Gomez, how are you today?
Good. And
that didn't sound so good.
Well, it's so much distraction.
I know.
I feel like a chimp sometimes. I just sit there and I hit notifications and I get a grape each time I hit a notification and read it and get involved. Anyway, yeah, midday. I'm ready for a break from all that. Honestly, just come over here and talk to these guys.
Yeah, well, I've prepped them. I told them about your 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I've told them that you were the originator of the trades of the week, etc. So
yeah, great.
Maybe get some questions about that. And you know what I do in situations like this, Steve? I know it's because it's been going on for a while. I know what you're talking about, but I always try to project myself into the future a bit. Where will I be 3 weeks from now? When hopefully this, what I mean? When something that I'm not looking forward to is going to happen in a future date, I always say, okay, that's going to happen. Try to project 3 weeks after that and how I feel. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, I will. I'll try to get back about 5:02 because I know you have stuff to do at 1 o'clock. So
yeah,
thank you for the break for me.
Sure,
and we'll see you in about an hour.
Thank you. All right, bye. All right, hey everybody. I'm just getting my live session hat on here. Now I know I did send a couple people like that I've chatted with or emailed with earlier today to the session. Maybe they're here, maybe you're not. If you are, you guys always get first priority on what we talk about, because otherwise I'll just start rambling about the market and my positions and whatnot. But I'll keep an eye on the chat window there. And let me just make sure I'm up to speed here. Perfect. All right, so starting with observations. I mean, market, forget the headlines, scary headlines that everybody's reading out there. Price action is telling us that it's not important to the price action for whatever reason in stocks. And NASDAQ with NVIDIA today, I believe, really breaking out of this little pullback here, nice base build at that blue and red 20 and 50 SMA, bouncing right off of that. So that's given some life, to the semiconductors today, to the NASDAQ, et cetera. Watching this right here is perfect intro. Barry mentioned maybe a few indicators that I use, but I talk every week about this 5-day moving average as my level of interest. As you can see, it was a level of interest as resistance there and perfect resistance there, and a bunch of resistance already this morning. However, my second indicator is the 10 SMA. There's only 10 candles in this one. There's 130 candles in that one. That equals 5 days. And so we get this pinch what I call it, a pinch play. You can see the price action starts to become cornered. And I like to see which way does the price resolve once we get to that corner. And it looks, for the moment anyway, I mean, extremely stubborn, but the price nonetheless is resting above this 10 SMA and this, more importantly, this 5-day moving average. So is this just a pause area? Is this just a base camp for the semis to help lead the NASDAQ higher, possibly? We go over to S&P land. We've got more energy components and financial, but look at this one. A little different story here. We're under this 5-day and can't get back above it. So we're kind of guilty until proven innocent over here in the S&P. Again, financials, retail, all your energy is what I'm looking for. And then the IWM, the third ETF I like to look at, well below the 5-day moving average and can't get quite a bounce. Hello, Todd. The trade of the week, I believe, was Plug and Plug Power, and it didn't do much. It's basically still in place. So this is a good exercise to say, all right, trade of the week didn't really do anything. It's just kind of backed up a little bit. However, it hasn't been stopped out. But this little pullback here is interesting. So what I'm getting at is sometimes the trade of the week might not get going immediately, but it can set up to where it's still healthy. I liked it because it took out this downward 50 SMA. And believe it or not, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles still here resting above. So we very easily could see a move. So what does that mean? It means that, you ask, what's the trade of the week? You can look at this and say, I'm going to put a price alert here right above this level, this 5-day moving average. If it can get back above this blue line, and even more importantly, maybe back above this little hitch right here, I'd like to know about it. So I right click and I create a price alert. That blue line will now populate and I will not miss the moment. Like I was telling Barry, I'm over here answering emails and chats, and I'm still trying to trade a couple swing accounts at the same time. And if I'm not paying attention, I need something to splash in my face and audibly alert and tell me, boom, this is the level you wanted. What do you want to do, Steve? Do you want to pass or do you want to play? And so, good question, Todd, but that's how I would, kind of look at these things is they're still in play until they're not. So you can come in after the fact and actually maybe even get a better price than the original price. Pop it up. It's on sale. Exactly. We just said the same thing. Okay, my big scan over here is the short squeeze, EVGO. I think you guys were certainly playing that one and talking about EVGO. Anything on this scan is going to have at least 20% short float. And the tree map here just kind of shows us which ones are doing well. Probably wouldn't lose sight of this Wheeler. Yesterday was a big day. Today is kind of the pause day. It could be a go tomorrow. Kind of like I did a day trade today. Barry would be proud of me. I saw that. Oh, geez, I might have to get back in this thing. Excuse me. What is oil doing? This is you guys have played this one. Oh, yeah, oil looks interesting too. I wonder. I never have good luck when I day trade with you guys, but maybe I'll buy some Indo. I'm gonna day trade this Indo and see what happens. Why am I doing that? Because I was just going to talk about how I made money in it earlier, and it ran up, and it was the go, pause, go. That's what it was. That last stock we just looked at, Wheeler, similar to Indo. Here's the go. Yesterday was the pause, and then day 3 is a go. That's literally a setup. So it works. And so translate over here, I'm double dipping. I'm taking the profits that I already made. I bought it around 405 and flipped it up here on 440. Now look what I'm doing. I'm leaning on my 10 SMA that Barry was prepping you guys about, using that as my entry. What will get me out of this trade? A closing candle on this chart right here. The first red closing candle below this rising 10 SMA is going to get me out. What's going to keep me in? Staying above and thinking that maybe this thing might want to come back and challenge today's highs, and previous highs are a little bit higher than today's highs. So maybe there's a play here. So I'm in it. and we'll see what happens. While we we'll use that trade. If some of you saw the weekend podcast with me and Michael, we just continue to talk about that's not good. The nuke stocks. And Zero Hedge actually had a good article out today on, it was actually I think it was Eric Schmidt from Google was kind of off hidden camera or not off the cuff remarks talking about how absolutely expensive the AI build out is, hundreds of billions of dollars, and more importantly, the energy needs. I think people are just coming to the realization now, including myself over the last couple of weeks, how big the energy need to process these AI plants are going to be. You can't just tap into the local infrastructure. And so we're talking nuclear. And what does that mean? It means CEG signed a deal with Microsoft to allow them to provide nuclear energy, restart 3 Mile Island. Look at that chart. Look how beautiful that is. All these names, VST, I got this from Brian. These are all electric nuclear generators. And when we get into the smaller ones, we're talking about the SMR, which I was just laughing about because it can't get going. And we've got NNE, which is trying to hold on here, and then Oklo. Now I came in long, all 3 of these, and thankfully I sold about 25% right on the open because they were all gapping up. So now I'm just kind of sitting with that booked profit, looking to see if we can do something like Oklo here is doing and turning back up. But I think there's tremendous pent-up demand in some of these names. BWXT is another big brand. Look at these charts. So the price is confirming the story. That is my trademark saying. Everybody loves a story. You can fall in love with a story super easily, but does the price confirm the story? And in the big guys, it certainly seems to. BWXT, CEG, VST. But as Andy was correct and just lamenting to me here, the little ones, NNE, can't get out of their own way here. SMR, this pinch, I don't like the way this pinch is resolving here, as I was just talking about. However, I have to come over to the daily and manage this and say, I can't get out here. I don't want to get out here because it's midday. I want to see, I got to give this candle a chance to close. And what I need to see is a bounce off lows into the close. If it wants to close ugly and even bleed below this 10 SMA, I'm not sticking around. I'll get out and I'll reassess. That's my rule. Otherwise, you'll go crazy trying to second guess yourself, zig and zag. My rule is, my moving averages, if they become breached by a closure on that time frame, it's usually a good indication that that's the signal candle to maybe get out. And this SMR is not playing ball. What's the Indo doing? Indo's hanging in there. So I've been in these for a couple of days, so I kind of came into today with some profits, took a little bit, but maybe I'm being greedy, trying to stick around too long and not letting these things pull back. The SMR, really a nice consolidation, but I don't want to get out midday. Like I said, I need to see how the closing candle is going to resolve. The buyers could just easily defend this level right here in SMR 1168. Again, I take comfort when I look at the big guys and know that this is a real play. People are vying for nuclear energy plays to basically power up these AI centers that are coming online over the next couple of years. All right, guys. Well, I've got my eye on the chat window. If anybody's here that I asked to come by, please speak up. And, like if you're a user or a non-user just looking to ask questions, it doesn't matter. I'm also in, got some pretty good prices in DJT Media and the warrants, DJTWW. This huge volume down here, I think, could have marked the low. This is not traditional play that I like to do. I don't like to pick bottoms, but as long as the bid holds, I'm definitely weighing the money on these. I pretty much did pick the bottom, and that's why I'm kind of reluctant to let them go. As long as they continue to grind higher and break the downtrend. And by that, I mean this 20 SMA is a good start. That's a downtrend. And if it can move off of that, then the next level is probably 20, and I'd probably sell some there. I see I'm barely in the money on this Indo. I need it to just take off. What's cool about this one is it can take off. Why? The float is only 4 million, so this thing can really rev up if it wants to. Now it's probably going to key off of oil, and oil is looking pretty. Nice little cup right above my favorite moving average, which tells me it's in play. However, this 200-day could foil. This oil is going to need to close above the 200-day strong for this Indo to probably get back to highs. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and, since I just mentioned it's a low float stock, sometimes you have to get ahead of the stock. So I'm going to offer half at current highs, and I'm going to offer the other half at prior highs, and just turn my back on it. So limit, call that 465. Sell limit half, all right. And then let's sell the other half at a limit of, heck, let's call it 499. Probably blows right through that, and we get a little extra juice there. 499 on the other half. And sometimes that's how you want to do it. Just put the order in, because when a stock is a 4 million share floater with a wide spread, by the time your alert goes off, you're probably not going to get that price that you wanted. So you might as well make your limit order the alert price one and the same. That's what I like to do on the low flow ones anyway. You don't need to do that with Microsoft or the other ones. And I just, in the interest of not staring at this thing, what I'll do is I'll just put a little nudge in here that it might not be looking good if it does, in fact, trip that price alert. I don't want it to trip that price alert. So now we can turn our back on it. Over here looking at the low float names again. Oh, this is interesting. What is this? Medical device. Okay. All I see is a giant trend change there, but that's pretty ugly. Short 20% for a reason. All right, well, the chat window is open if anybody is curious about something. This red window is a good example of how you can be a contrarian using trade ideas, meaning find the level of pullback. And I pull up this BEPC because it's telling me it's pulling back 2 or 3 days, but it's making new lows here, only showing me because it's at the 10 SMA. So this is the kind of thing where you'd watch, and if it can bar reverse here and pop back up, this could be a beautiful entry. Because again, I'm always trying to find entries on strong stocks when they touch or pull back to the 10 SMA. Because if you use these as entries and trade those types of setups, you're going to have the current behind you, and it's a lot easier than being this person that said, oh my God, I got to get in this thing after 6 days. You're just asking for the pullback. And then you become the one who just can't take it anymore, and you sell your shares, and you wonder at the end of the day how that person felt that you sold your shares to because they got a pretty good price and they stole them from you. So it's all about the entry. The better the entry, the better the staying power, the better the trade, the better your batting average is going to be. Up here, CHRS. Okay, so for the moment, it's a downtrend stock, big volume, big relative volume. It's just bioscience. They've obviously got some news. Okay. I don't like the fact that it's in this big downtrend. Look at that. I mean, so it only really has this much left before I would imagine the sellers come in. So, and you can see it already got close up here. This is probably a better play at the early part of the day when you see it, you know, close to the 10 SMA down in here. But we're in midday now, and we always have to look at the daily to see what the possible target could be. And it's very rare that stocks just blast right through those moving averages without closing. Example here, example here, example here, and here. Whoops. Hang on a second. Here we go. Lost my chat. I'm back. I know some of you have asked about the E-Trade situation. There's obviously a connection issue. We're sorry about that, but E-Trade did something overnight, and we're trying to catch up to see what they did. Patrick, I got out of beat, but I've gotten back in just a small amount. I don't like sitting in stocks that are this thin necessarily. Just kind of maybe wait and see what happens. That's about it for me. I tell you, I don't like the way the market is shrugging off the geopolitical news out there. And it seems like price-wise, there's no real direction either. Every attempt to go higher is squashed, and every attempt to sell off is bought back. So I'd be a little. I'm mostly in cash. I don't have a lot of exposure right now. I don't have a lot of conviction. I know I can manage these nano nukes quickly. I'm in the money on them. That's helping me. NNE is looking better. Oklo, hopefully SMR. SMR has got a strong bid here. These levels. Go ahead and reset my price alert. And if that breaches, I'd like to know about it. We look at the daily. It's just sitting cradled right on the rising 10 SMA. And I have to have faith that this day and this day and this day, yesterday, will kind of hold up today as well. So we'll see. There's no guarantees ever. So sector-wise, KWeb is holding up the best. Semis we spoke about right on the open. There it is. And we spoke about that pinch play for those that were with me. I said the semiconductor is just sitting right above that pinch, and it's probably going to resolve with some strength. So far, it seems to be that's a solid wall of support right there in the semis. And we look over here at the daily, I see a nice 4-day pullback, and maybe that's a higher low, higher base camp. Look at that. That would be the fourth one in a row if it is. I keep an eye on USO for this Indo day trade. If I see USO roll over and break, then likely I might just, I'd say scratch it, get out for what you can. But it's basically flat right here. All right, chat window's open. If anybody's looking for like the way that's shaping up there. Now let's think about this or look at it. The way I see this is anything that's strong is not going to want to dip below this blue line, this 5-day moving average. We can actually kind of see the trend change, how it fought to get above resistance, support, and then it's been off. And the more white space you get between the price and this blue line, the more likely you are to have a reversion back to the blue line. But when I look at this, I basically see this little spike yesterday as, that might have just been the trick to hit the reset button, so to speak. And that's about as close as we could get here this morning. And so that's a good looking little shape there in that trade. I'm staying strong in that one. And the warrants of the same company. Bit of a dip here yesterday. Big volatility dip on the open. But that is all it necessarily needs sometimes to reset the button. Debbie, I don't know if you were here, but let me just show you this. It's the same concept. BEPC. Look at the daily chart here. I have trained this scan to show me stocks that are strong. And not only stocks that are strong, but have pulled back in the last couple of days, but are making new lows at the 10 SMA. So in effect, it's crossing it, but I'm using this as a level of interest for a buy because it would be a trend buy. So I'm going to open up the configure, and you can basically use this in the same capacity, but it sounds like, you're looking for something that maybe crosses the moving average and then you want to go with it. Like, for instance, you could monitor these on the daily if your interest was to find something that was crossing the 10-day SMA. You could monitor these as they came through and then trade them, on your own entry criteria. But when we look at the filters, this is the key. It's this one right here. And okay, 10 SMA, that's what you're asking about, because we have it. We don't necessarily have EMAs or all the perfectly pegged values that you guys might like to use, but we have the common ones, 8, 10, 20, 50, etc. And then we also have, remember that I told you this 5-day moving average, you can start to code this. It's 130. Change from the 130 period. I had them build this for me. And this actually allows these scans to filter out. So you could scan for something that's making a new low and breaching and crossing that SMA filter. So Debbie, the way in which we use those are like an envelope. So I've got a minimum 0.25% below and a maximum 0.25% above, just straddling the data point of that 10 SMA. And everything else is just kind of a backdrop. It's down 1% today. It's up at least 4% in the last 10 days, and some volume averages, et cetera. And so Trade ID, that's the real power that other companies can't do, is identify an SMA on different time frames like that and tell you, hey, there's a new high or a new low or a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low or a volume spike or something, but it's happening only right there at that envelope of an SMA. So that's how you would do that. You can use any scanner to do that. And you could use any SMA that we obviously offer. But that's the gist of it, using that negative 0.25% maybe and a positive 0.25% just to straddle and alert you to the area of interest. Or in your case, if you're looking for something extremely tight, you could shrink those numbers way down to like 0.1% below or 0.1% above. Yes, it would show it crossing through. And so let me share it with you. And it gives you kind of a starting point to work with. And so, for instance, you can keep an eye on this BPC. Like I'm watching right here. I wouldn't jump in right here. It looks like it wants to go lower. So in fact, it has breached, it's 10 SMA and it's not really showing any sign of bounce. So this could be a short sell in somebody's book. So what I'll do is I'll give you the cloud code for this. And I'll drop it in there. 10 SMA, new low is what I'll call it for our purposes. And you can open that scan and just kind of add to it or move it around, change it. You could also consider using that 130 that I showed you. I've got some scans. If I go to the well here, let's take a look. Got plenty of time. I'll search the keyword 130. Support at the 5-day or slam into. Let's do slam into because this would be a short sell. And we're looking to fade something that's moving, slamming up into the 130. And we use that to short sell. So I would get something like this, and I'm not getting anything. Why am I not getting anything? Probably because of that stupid filter. And let's open that. There we go. Okay, so we can start to evaluate these one by one. Look at perfect. It's a great example. So when I click the symbol, it shows me the arrow, which shows me the candle, which shows it touching the 5-day SMA. And if you're a short seller, that's the place to take advantage of entering a short. So that's what I have this scan set up for. And I've got the opposite as well, too. Pullbacks, strong stocks that are pulling back to it. We could look at all the ones today here, and there's not that many. Probably because I've got a lot of filters in here. Yeah, I've got the price filters. I've obviously tried to optimize this. Yeah, we can get much more names now. It blew through it, it overshot it, but it did in fact reverse. So again, I'm just showing you examples. That one didn't, that one failed. That one didn't work. Just because they're on the scan doesn't mean they're going to work. they're on the scan to let us know, hey, there's an area of interest that you wanted to be alerted about, which is a stock moving up and into its 5-day moving average. And if you want to short sell, here's a list of ideas. You take it from there. Oh, something's working for me. Oh, looks like BJT might be working for me, which means the warrants are working for me. Okay. Window's not doing anything. Let's see. It came close to that candle. Here's what I'm going to do with Indo. I'm not going to stick around. I kind of expected it to go to highs a lot earlier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop. I've already got the limit sells in there though. I'd have to cancel those to put a stop in. No, I'm just going to leave it as is unless oil is looking bad. No, oil's looking good. We're going to stay in Indo. SMR is my problem child today. It's holding just below the flat 5-day moving average. Very, very neutral right here. Got ahead of itself on the open. I sold a little bit and I've just been holding. And he's trying to grind higher. Oklo. Anyway. And you'll notice how this tree map all of a sudden populates again with ideas. Another one rolling over and touching its 10-day, but it might give that up. That could be a big short sell opportunity if that broke. All right, so looks like I'm caught up. Whatever you guys wanted. These other names just want to quit. But the nano nukes, hopefully they're settled in here. That's the worst of it. If you're going to try and ride things as a swing trader for days on end, you have to take the pullbacks with the highs. Otherwise, be prepared to sell the highs and buy the pullbacks. I do that too. It's called a trade around. Been doing that a lot with these lately. As long as there's volume and trend higher, fade out of the new highs, and then you could probably buy those shares back lower. Rinse, repeat. Indo's just turned green for me again. So I'm going to leave those cells in there. Maybe we'll get a nice pop and make some limit sells while we're not looking. Again, this thing is squirrely with only 4 million in the float. It's starting to get active. I can see it. So I've got an order at highs and an order at prior highs. One at 65 and one at 99. The 65 could come in a blink of an eye if something happened. Oil's still a go. If oil runs to highs, it's going to be hard to keep Indo from highs, in my opinion. Indonesia Energy. one of the strong sectors. It looks like this was a pretty big level here. Yeah, 50 cents was a big level. I remember that from this morning. So if it can blast through 50, it's probably on its way to highs. Who knows? There's no guarantees. A lot of dark pool prints in between the spread. The most important thing is the price never really effectively breached that rising 10 SMA on the 15. And that just helps keep me in a trade. I could have looked over and saw that prior red candle and just had a bad moment and said, screw it and sell it. And I hate to do that. So I wait for a reason, a rule. Stubborn seller at 444. You're dishing it out at 444. Patience is a virtue, no matter what time frame you trade. But I would dare say swing trading is harder because it requires more time, more time in between for you to talk yourself out of a trade or something to happen. That's why Barry's time frame is quick, in and out, book it, guaranteed. I can't take it back. Well, they're doing a lot of deals here between 42 and 44 cents, but they just can't get above 44. Thing I'll look at in an instance like this is the volume. 5-minute volume's okay. The 1-minute volume is not that impressive. So, maybe it's not doing as much volume as I thought, relatively speaking. I'm still here. I'm just watching this Indo trade. If anybody's joined late that had a question you were waiting to ask, feel free. Don't mind jumping in. Try to take my attention away from this trading plan to let this thing go back to highs. As long as oil stays okay, and it is. That's not helping. Well, I don't like what this one's doing. This one bothers me, but I'm going to have to stick around and see if there's a head fake. Like I said earlier, it's important for me to see how these things close at the end of the day. If I can withstand it. Ah, it's giving me that right back too. Okay, and S. Okay, that's the market. That's the Nasdaq rolling over, probably taking a lot of things with it now. Move that down to there. Staying with Indo. There's no reason to get out of that one yet. But these other ones are shoot. All right, selling that one. Trying time to lighten up a little. And some of the stuff I don't like it when I see the market just roll over. And the ones that are already weak get weaker. Gosh, I may have to revisit this one too. I don't like what it's doing. Putting a stop in that one. I don't want to, but I don't like what the market's doing. Yep, and he's doing the same thing. We think alike. Funny. What was the other one? I might want to book this while I can. I don't like what these things are doing. Probably put a stop in this one. Breaks that level I don't want to be around. Call it 45. Again, I came in long for the last couple of days, so I've got profits in them, but I'm just not going to give them back too much. I've got stops in all of these nano nukes now. Just in case, so you don't become a deer in the headlight. If something happens out there and the markets just roll over and vomit and they take everything with it, sometimes it's nice to at least have some protection in there. And again, I came in long the last few days on these. I might be overstaying my welcome a little bit. That's a reversal. Indo is still strong. Oil is still strong. I need this Indo to take out those 44s though. I'll do that sometimes. I'll look at this and I just say, I really want to stick around till the end of the day, but not if the market's going to lows. And so if I just say, okay, get me out and I sell, I get mad at myself. So I give myself an extra 10 cents and I just put the fate in the hands of the trading gods. And if I get stopped out, I don't feel as bad. Just sharing that with you because trading is mostly psychology. And it's about keeping your head right. Indo broke through. All right, I'm going to keep those sell orders out there. Maybe I'll get a nice run. exactly following through. However, I did notice this, oops, volume is decent for the 1 in 5 minutes, so it's trying to do something. The 50 level's a big one. If it breaks 50, it goes straight to highs at 63, 65 I'm offering. See, I did punch out of Okalo, so I can't lament that. It's a pretty darn good move. I've had most of that, so I'll take it. But SMR has a stop, and it could hit, and NNE has a stop, a little bit lower. So the fate is in the hands of the market gods. I've taken my decision out of it. That's the way I like to look at it. Yeah. Come on, oil. Don't back up on us now.
But Steve,
Hmm?
what if you're an atheist?
What? Which
Well,
part? What did I say?
well, you say you're relying on the market gods, but what if you're
Oh,
an
yes, right.
atheist? I'm just kidding. I know.
I
Just trying to
I believe
lighten it up for you a bit.
well, I believe the market gods and the trading god. I mean, the trading gods and the golf gods are one and the same. They
Yes.
have a sense of humor that's odd.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, um,
Anyway,
I
I
tap
can breathe.
danced for an hour, helped a few people.
Okay, good.
I mean, this Indo trade is, of course, you probably heard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was, of course, one of those crazy little oil plays,
Hmm.
along with HUSA, HUSA, and I think there was one out of Mexico too. This is a few years ago, and they went absolutely bananas for no reason, zero reason. But I mean, we can say the reason is because oil's going up, fine. But does
And
that
the,
mean that Indo's making any money? I have no idea.
no, but it's a low float, and that's all it takes.
Yep, exactly, exactly.
So I've already got half my order at highs and the other half up there. And I told the room, I'm just going to let them sit and hopefully I get a nice surprise and
Yeah.
get a quick sell. We'll see.
Well, I'll pray to the Indo god and see if
Please.
that can help you. Okay,
All right.
because I think
I'll
each
take all the
stock has
help.
its own god.
Okay. And the Indo god probably has 8 arms.
Yeah, exactly. A
All right.
little Indian. I don't even know where. Oh, Indonesia. There you go.
Indonesia. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Steve. I'll let you go. I
All
know
right.
you can't wait to get back, so I'll I'll let you go.
All
And
right. Sounds good.
hopefully we'll talk to you next week.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right.
All right, guys. Let me just grab the screen. For always, sometimes I forget to do that. There we go. So I've got the screen. Got my music going. So, I saw this PNTG. Oh, wow. I saw that when it had the big pop up there. Now it is pulled back somewhat. 3340, 3334 is the VWAP. So it's well above that. So that's not really a pullback area. Um, I mean, it could bounce from here, but there's not really what I would call a pullback area that I can say, okay, that's a support area other than trying to guess. Mura, MURA. This is showing up on my momentum scan. Let's see what it's doing. MURA. So on a weekly chart, yeah, not enough room for me. I mean, look, it's at 330 right now, 329 right now. 348 is the next high. Now, listen, if I bought it at 329 and it went all the way up there, that'd be great. But, I'm always thinking that, others are looking at that high and maybe getting out just before it in case it doesn't get through it. So it just is not enough room for me to take a trade. Now, I could be completely wrong. It could just absolutely soar right through all that. But, it's all to do with having some kind of a trading plan or style. And of course, I'm not always right where I think there might be a resistance area, but it works for me. And meanwhile, market doing, man, what a choppy day. Real choppy day. Remember months ago, we used to have days like this. It seemed months ago, it seemed like we had days like this for weeks, just real chop fest all day long. Ah, Captain, your WWW did not do it. All right, I see a little conflict happening. Okay, so guys, just relax, please. I don't care who's right. I don't care who's wrong. Let's just relax. Well, I do care, but nip it in the bud. All right, guys. So I'm actually looking at potentially shorting this WW. Um, it's got room underneath. It's got room underneath 1668, 66, excuse me, 1668 or so. So it certainly has a dollar underneath. So a little bit of a pull up here. 1801 is the VWAP, so it certainly took the VWAP out. Kishore, yeah, I don't follow it that closely. Okay. The question in our YouTube room, I notice when you have a series of chop days, end on end, they seem to be indicative of a change in trend, isn't it? Maybe the thing that's harder in this situation is a potential rotation cycle. Yeah. I actually don't really follow it so closely like that. I just try to trade what I see on a daily basis. I don't really look at it in such a macro sense, but you might be right. A chop day usually is indicative, or a series of chop days indicative of market trying to figure out a direction, I guess. But Like somebody asked me the other day, October, November in election years, is there any history? I'm sure there is. So, somebody wants to go back the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 8, you pick your time frame, elections, and check to see what happened October, November. Yeah, you can do so. It doesn't mean that's going to happen this October, November, of course. And look at what we kept talking about with September. September being the worst month historically in a calendar year. And yet, look what happened this September. It was a great month. So I really don't, but again, that's mainly because I'm an intraday trader. Depends if you're an intraday trader, Kishore. I mean, if you're looking for longer term trades, yeah. I mean, if you were listening to Steve, Steve, even though he's a longer, like he has a lot of swing trades, but I didn't hear his whole talk between 12 and 1. But I'm sure he was saying things like, he doesn't have confidence in holding things long, and but intraday, certainly in the first, I always seem to, with trade ideas anyway, we can always find interesting intraday trades, no matter what the market is doing. It's just that when you're into something that is, a little more dependent on the market, this makes it awfully difficult. It's funny. I'm seeing a quadruple U here. In the pre-market, didn't mention it, but I saw that URA was the leading ETF. But even URA, look, I mean, that's what we saw in the pre-market. URA, which is I'm going to call it the main ETF for the uranium sector. And look what it was doing pre-market, but the market opened and you know moving down. Ooh, Palantir is taking a bit of a drop now, guys. PLTR. All right, guys. WWW again. It's sort of interesting to me as a potential short. Now, I know Steve probably talked, for those of you on YouTube, he probably talked a little bit about SMR. I don't know if it hit its stop yet or not, but yeah, so we're starting to see a lot of, here's Fluor, big contractor, engineering company, big one. And this is on the way down also. And probably, again, more or less, I don't know if it's really affected by the market because it had a straight, I mean, maybe it's being affected now, but it's not like it was chopping around. Here's a 15-minute chart. Here's the 5, but look how it was chopping around on a 5. On the 15, Fluor was pretty steadily up until 12:45. Yeah, you're welcome, Kishore. Yeah, I mean, a half-minute chart for we don't. You must be using another charting program, obviously, a 30-second chart. You must be using another charting program. Yeah, I mean, we get the question a lot. Do you have second by you have 10-second charts and things like that? And I mean, obviously there must be a way, some kind of a. Just give me a moment here. Why is this showing up? Anyway, there must be, I mean, people out there that seem to be able to make a living on 10-second charts. That would never be me, but and the only reason I have a 5-minute chart, yeah, as you know, you guys who've been in this room for a few years, the lowest time I used to have was just 15. And I have a 5 now just because of the these other scans that we've got that kind of focus on the like the 3 and the 5-minute time frames. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I probably just stick. Oh, okay, 1 and 2. I thought you meant oh, I see. I read that as 1/2 half-minute charts. Okay. That makes okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, when I first started trading many years ago, I only had a 2-minute chart up. That was it. I didn't have any other time frame. No daily, no weekly, no monthly, nothing. I had a 2-minute chart. That was it. But like you, Kishore, I was finding that, things are just too frantic for me on a 2-minute time frame. They tend to smooth out a little bit better on a 5 and certainly on a 15. See the trend a little bit better. All right. Wolverine is inching its way down. Well, this had a low. Okay, must have been coming from the low of the day right there. So that is what 1765. Yeah, and the only reason I have a weekly is just in case I can't see the next high on the daily. Uh, I don't know, call it laziness, whatever you want. I could obviously scroll back on the daily, but I find if I can't see it on the daily back here, then I'll look on the weekly, and then every now and then you will see me having to change from a weekly chart to a monthly chart just to kind of get an idea about where these things could go or where there could be some resistance. But most of the time, a daily chart is fine. Here's on the weekly. So for instance, LTBR, so I can see right off the bat, we have this week's high, and then over here, what did it get to? 341, and what did it get to today? It got to 346. So, right around that area where we thought it could stall, and that's what happened. I mean, I know it got a few pennies above, but that seemed to be because I remember looking at this earlier when it was around 327, and I didn't like it because, I saw that 340. Now, yes, it got a little bit above it, but I was hoping that if it did take it out, then man, it would have a shot to that 430 mark, but nope. TOVX trigger, okay? Yeah, I mean, this could be one of those. I mean, it's a low enough float. It's actually about 2.7 million. Our provider has 995,000, but it's really 2.7 million approximately. So, I mean, yeah, this has that potential of one of those late dayers, and we're 108 right now. So, I mean, it has the potential, but in my opinion, we need some volume to come in. Looked like it tried here, but it moved right back down. So that's an interesting thing. Now they must have something written into their contracts, right? These utility companies. So William, you're talking about like Duke, DUK, have over 1 million customers without power. At what point? How many days does it have to be in a row, or is there such a thing that they won't charge you? You know what I mean? I mean, how many days can they still keep charging you when they're not delivering the I mean, I understand it's the hurricane, but I mean, how many is or is there something written into a contract that acts of God or whatever you want to call it? It doesn't matter. Of course, of course, of course. You only get charged for the power you use, no service, no charge. Of course, I wasn't. Well, okay. How about though? Okay, your cable company. Okay, if anybody still has cable TV, and you don't have power, I'll bet they keep charging you. Thank you, Pepe. Just yeah, internet, cable. All right. Well, www. How many W's? www. Give me a little bit. Really, I did not know that. I'm so fortunate living in Vancouver. Knock on wood. We really don't have much going on in terms of natural disasters. Not in Vancouver anyway. I honestly can't imagine living in a hurricane area every single year. I mean, you're going to get something. I mean, some are more obviously more devastating than other years, but I just can't imagine living in an area like that. That every single year, there's going to be probably something. Okay, guys. Well, in a lull for me right now, I'm just kind of waiting on the www to see if it has any more oomph on the downside. So I'll go over my homepage one last time today. Yeah, well, I don't know where you're talking, Michael. It never gets to be 30 below here. I mean, we had a unseasonably cold stretch last winter, but never 30 below, and that was definitely out of the ordinary. So my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, all right. Yeah, this is one of those crazy ones, guys. Don't just discount that one. This is some kind of a Nasdaq. There's a name for it. ZXZZT. So Barry 15, that will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my code. This will help the room. It'll help to keep it free. The company wants to see that the room is being utilized. So there's a cost for running the room, obviously. So I want to make sure that people are using the room. And the only way we can do that is if you take a subscription using my promo code. Okay. And that helps to keep it free. And get started. If you do take out a subscription, 10 short videos. First one, the download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, and topless windows and alert windows. You have to do that first, okay? It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do with those 10 short videos is, cover all the important aspects of trade ideas. Trading 101, if you're new to trading. This is a free series of videos for you. Okay. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. So it's not third party. I always say that because don't worry, if you sign up for it, you're not going to get inundated with emails from a third party. This is all in-house. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And now, the moment you've been waiting for, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit, middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So these are the ones that I'm actually displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The halts resumed is over here. This is kind of something as weird is happening with this, but I'll try to figure it out after the market closes. But this is, the relative strength leaders. You may get, if you load this right now, you may get something very different. I don't know. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. And look at all the red coming through, all the red coming through. And I do have some other scans that I do have up and running on my other monitor, the momentum scan that I display. And I also have this one, the largest gainers from the open. So this one right there. So, I do have other scans that I am currently sharing, just I'm not displaying them all on my layout because it would be way too much. Okay. So if you have any questions, again, don't be shy. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. All right. Wow. W giving me way more than I expected. Now we're starting to get interesting here on the short side. Interesting. North Carolina doesn't often get a hurricane, okay, or in that area. I mean, I can see that. That's why it was so. That's why it was unique, obviously. So again, guys, why did I take this? Well, it broke down through 18, number one. I looked left, 1668 or so, lots of room, obviously. I'm never saying it's going to get there, but at least I didn't have to worry about chart resistance or chart support anywhere close. And if Steve were here, there's that orange line, yellow line, sorry, on the 15-minute chart. See how it broke down below it? Also had a sell right there on the right there. So a lot of things going for it on the short side. Okay, having said all that, I think I'm going to cover some right here. It's still up for the day. I'm going to cover some for the day, or up a little bit, cover some a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, EVGO. I mean, still has a shot, maybe a late day shot. I mean, it's been holding in this area. The only issue, normally some of these late day ones that we look at, they are very low floats. Doesn't mean this is not going to romp, but usually it's the low floaters that can really put on a surge at the end. This could still do that, of course, because of the news. Again, it's still a eye-catching press release with $1 billion. JP Morgan also tried to prop this up a little bit, put a $7 price target on it. Okay, right there. If this had about 2 million in the float, this would probably be a $20 stock now. Yeah, that's a tough thing, isn't it, Rich? When you can't reach people and you have no idea how they're doing. So this has had a wild 3 days. This BCAB, look at this big, got up to 2 days ago, got up to 241, closed down here at $1.73. Yesterday, it got up to 228, closed at 202, above yesterday's high now, BCAB, above yesterday's high. If it can take out the high of 2 days ago, I suppose this could go on a mini run. And let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where it could go because I can't see anything on the. So the next, I mean, this has got room. I mean, look at that, 352 on a monthly chart. Now, I'm sure there might be some weekly candles that could stall it, but at least on a monthly chart, you can see that there is some room for BCAB 350. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. So some volume did come in. You can see the volume on the 3 minute chart or 5 minute chart for EVGO right there. Some volume. And again, when I talk about volume coming in, I'm not talking about absolute volume. Funny, I haven't had that question for a while because people usually say, well, how much volume is needed? It's not the absolute number, but in relation to previous candles, okay, or bars, because this is showing that there's some enthusiasm coming back. Because when you look at all those previous, it's a 5 minute chart. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You've got to go back 14, 70 minutes ago to see sort of an equivalent bar. Okay, so obviously there's some enthusiasm building again. And let's see what this bar does. The time is 1:22, so another little over 2 minutes for this one to close, and let's see what's happening. So the enthusiasm is starting to come back. All right, BEKE is starting to move a little bit higher here, guys. So before you would take that, though, take a look at KWeb and see what KWeb is doing, and see if there's some. Yeah, so I mean, KWeb's trying to put in a little bit of a move here, which is going to help. Interesting experience for you, Michael, in our YouTube room. So KWeb is trying to put in a little bit of a move here, breaking a little bit above that cloud area. Got a little bit of room. I mean, the high of yesterday was around 26.20. Oh, saw this one earlier too. This is a Sohu, guys. I mean, this is a boy, what a move. It has not been affected by KWeb at all. This has been basically straight up all day long. SOHU. So the same thing on the monthly chart. There, I can't see any resistance, but I've got to back it out a little bit. There's 1715. What's that one right there? That is 1725. So could be coming into some resistance. Okay, on a monthly chart. That is 1725. Another cheap one, guys. OCG. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Now, this doesn't seem to be very politically correct to be calling this Oriental Culture Holding, but that's the name of the company. I guess if they're out of Hong Kong, so. But there's OCG. And let's go to a weekly chart. Where could it go? It's probably a low float. Yeah, 16.8 million in the float. So the next high looking left on a monthly chart, pretty close actually. I mean, just around 2. So it disqualifies it then for me. If this had been the high, 261, the next high looking left on a monthly, I may have taken a shot if it got over 2. Some volume just coming in right now. 112,000 on this bar. Only 149,000 have traded. So all the volume is coming in right here for some reason. All right. Well, BEKEs. Again, I mean, I'm just nibbling at these things. Okay. I'm not going really heavy in, but it's giving me something. The WWW I'm out of, but the BEKE, Now look what happened on this one. This OCG 204 right back down to 150 like that. Heart in a heartbeat. Boy, Levi has just been a look at that, just a slumber fest. So it's starting to drop a little bit here now, but look at this. I mean, what a base for Levi on the 15 and the fives. I mean, and direction unknown. You can see sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. I mean, there's just no trend right now on it other than flatlining. Look at that on a 15-minute chart. Yeah, it is super boring. I mean, it had a big drop, based on earnings, but and then it had the big recovery, which was really to me a little bit startling. But it had the big drop because of earnings, and then it had this big pop, and now it's doing nothing. So sorry, don't listen to me, Mike. Right? Wow, BEKE. Okay, well, okay, I'm going to lighten up on this one now with the BEKE. Might struggle to get through that 25. It's a pretty psychological number, so I'm going to lighten up on it. Hmm, Captain. Okay, I'm looking at what you read about the ABCD pattern. Turned on its side, Z. Really, William? OCG grossly undervalued on a balance sheet perspective. Interesting. Well, let's you and I raise whatever it takes and buy this company. Yeah, I'm seeing Tiger. Wow, super strong. Just seeing Tiger now in the momentum scan, making new highs. Never got into this one. Yeah, it's too bad when I saw the BCAB. I think there's, well, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, 270 was the high in the pre-market, so that might be a bit of a magnet, guys. Could be a bit of a magnet. Actually, this has got room. What was I thinking then? Because I mean, this has got some room. Yeah, BCAB has room. I mean, there's a pre-market high way up here. We're on 267, so that's 30 cents away. And then when you look at a monthly chart, the next high is 352. So, is there is some room. Take a look at OCG. You're talking about the lifetime high. No, no. 0.6%. Okay. You know what that means? Is obviously done some, probably done some reverse splits or something. Okay. Because what that 0.7% in red means, that means that if you could have, according to our data anyway, if you could have a lifetime candle, a lifetime candle, it would be right at the bottom. That price, it would be right at this current price would be right at the very bottom, 0.7%. That's what that, I mean, it looks like almost a lifetime low right here. So if 655 were the lifetime high, then certainly 179 would not be at 0.7%, if that makes sense. Yeah. So this is probably reverse split adjusted. I don't know how many shares they had because up here, I don't ever remember this being up at $85 or at $129. So this is probably, even though there's still a fair number of shares for a stock that's done maybe several reverse splits. Like I don't remember this stock actually being up here at 131. Yeah, Pepe, something really weird has happened to this one for me. This relative strength leaders from the close, as it's called. I never had this drop down. I never had the ability to do it right here. And this is the change from the open. Interesting, the change from the close is not there. Okay, and that's the reason. So let me just do something here. This is really crazy. So there you go. I kind of like this actually. Now that we have this option right up here. Now I'm on a new build. Maybe that's it. I'm on a brand new build as of yesterday. I'm on this is a later build than you guys have got. This is and it's also a development build. You guys are on 101. I'm on this 102 development Okay. And so they probably have added this because you guys don't have that, do you? Pepe, you don't have this. I like it because now you can on the fly just make changes. You just have to add into your top list. You just have to add the columns. Because now this is definitely the change from the close, like before. Interesting. But you guys, I don't think you don't have this, do you? If you can hear me, Pepe, you don't have this. You don't have this little drop down, which sure makes it a lot easier now because now you can add as many columns as you want and sort on them. So you don't have this column, do you? This is I'm on this development build that I downloaded last night. You don't have this column up here, do you? Because I added as a column to the top list, which for some reason it didn't have the change from the close. It had these. It did not have the change from the close. So I added the column, and now you can see this is a drop down. I don't think you guys have got that here because now it's simple. You just click how you want to sort it really quickly. So well, but you guys don't have access to this. I don't think. This is 5.6.102 development version. I mean, I just downloaded this last night. But I like this because now you can just kind of click on how you want to sort it very quickly, very easily. As long as you have a column header. Because now it looks like this is how we had presented it before. The change from the close. There it is, 29%, 29%. Probably was in the notes somewhere, but I did not see that. You have it? Michael, you have this? Okay, cool. Michael says in our YouTube room. So, because I have not seen that before. Ah, so so if you hit these little two up arrows, you get rid of that. So that's probably this must be because I didn't do anything. I did not do anything. This appeared. Oh, okay, you're right. Yeah, Michael. So this is Michael pointed this out in our YouTube room. So this is in if you go to properties and tree map sort menu. So this will show up. I like it. And then, you can just have as many column headers as you want to sort on. All you have to do is in your top list and your columns, just add whatever columns you want to be able to sort on. Maybe it's always been there. I don't know. I've never, but I don't know how. I didn't do anything. Maybe it's always been there. Okay, guys, BEKE for me is starting to move a little bit. I know I took some off around the 25 level, but yeah, it's starting to move a little bit. And let's take a look at KWeb. You know what? KWeb is not helping it. It's not hurting it, but it's not helping it. BEKE is kind of trading on its own. China stock, it's doing this, whereas KWeb is kind of flat. So that's what you love to see. Okay, guys, I have about 45 minutes left. I'm definitely leaving at 2:30. Okay, today. I cannot say later. I have an appointment, so I am definitely leaving at 2:30. So about 45 minutes left for me. William says he'll keep the room open until I think he said 3:45. The main room open. He will keep it open. YouTube, I will have to shut you down, but I will put the main trading room link into our YouTube room. So if you do want to head over and keep talking trading for another hour and 15 minutes when I take off, you can do so. All right, guys. RZLV. Wow, I'm so glad that I did see that. Now, it triggered that green line that used to be blue. So that told me, okay, it's getting close. And I put my where I would have probably taken a harder look to get into the trade at that blue line up there. Look what happened. Did never got there. Probably came within about a penny. And then this. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, this is really giving it up now. I should do a survey to see how many people use a bar chart like this versus the old, call them the old candlestick. I love the bar chart presentation. Very quickly I can tell where a stock opened. I can see where it is right now. I can see if I look at it, well, a daily chart, I can see where it closed easily, where it opened, just by looking at these little protrusions. KXIN, penny popper. I'm assuming that means it's under $1, but let's take a look. Yeah, man, fallen. I do remember this one when it was up here, even higher, $8, even higher, 9.50. 20. I don't think, yeah, I don't think they did a reverse split. 38, 56. Well, maybe they did. 150. Okay, maybe they did. I don't remember this being at $150. I don't remember this being at 100 or $200. Maybe it did. I don't know. One of those crazy China stocks that went nuts. Okay, now Cece, remember, don't. Okay, that when you say that I have, you're talking about the ones that you can see, right? Because don't load every. Okay, good, because it'll be way too much information coming at you. Now, understand, Cece, this is my trading style, of course. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see, right? I mean, we all have different trading styles. Boy, this has got a ton of room underneath, doesn't it? OSCR, if it really starts to giving it up, which it kind of today, down 5%. But look at this, 1685, 1924 right now. The reason I wouldn't take it now is that it's too close to the whole number. Okay. I wouldn't take it now, but if it were just slightly under the whole number, I would probably take a shot at this. Trade is in CETX. Let's take a look at CETX. It got halted a couple of times early, didn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it got halted right off the bat. One for 15. Thank you, John. So did a one for 50. So that means this had a ton of shares outstanding because it still has 47 million shares. It had 15 times that. Really? Think about that. Unless this has not been reverse split adjusted, but it should have been by now. Let me just check the website that I like to look at. Because usually the floats get adjusted twice a month. We'll call it the 15th and 30th. Yeah, no, the same float, 47 million in the float. Boy, that was a big float. Still under. I mean, they're going to have to do another one just to get back over $1. Well, guys, I got to tell you, BEKE is giving me way more. I hadn't got rid of some at 25 now. This is giving me way more. I thought it would be really sleepy. And it's basically trading on its own because I'm looking at some of these other China stocks and they're certainly not doing what BE and well, let's take Tiger, even Tiger. Well, Tiger had the run, but this is run basically since 1 o'clock. What time is it now? So almost an hour. Almost an hour. This has had a beautiful little run, and that's why the higher float, like this, has got over a billion in the float. They can do stuff like this. They're not usually as volatile, of course, as these ones. When they get into a nice trend, it's a beautiful thing. Here's another China stock, guys. I mean, not doing much. Urenda, YRD. Wonder if was some news that hit for BEKE, even some little news. I mean, all right. How's BABA doing? Maybe it's just the large cap ones. Nope. So are you long? What are you doing on this Tesla? Low of day stop. Okay. So you obviously are trying to play a bounce. RNAC guys, RNAC. So low float, 8.7 million in the float. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news today on it. But more importantly, let's take a look left on the weekly chart. The next high is 2099. So, and then after that, the next high is 2883. So, guys, just put a price alert, whatever charting program you're using. I would be putting a price alert right around that 21 level, okay? Because you can see that if it takes this out, probably not today, but maybe tomorrow, look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. 21, say, call it 21 to 29. That's $8 to the next high on a weekly chart. Well, when I load those things, my computer goes crazy, Captain. These imgers. Yeah, I don't know why either. My computer, actually, I have to say, I think it's been kind of whispering along. Oh, it's okay. I mean, that's just probably on my end. That's okay. So, guys, listen, 202. I may even take off at around 2:15. Okay. I'm sort of jammed. I have this appointment, and it's going to be jammed, even if I wait to 2:30. So I may take off at 2:15. So for those of you who are in YouTube, this is the link to get into the trading room. Well, no, I mean, here it is. Go to my homepage. So if you go to my homepage link, these are just for people in YouTube, okay? And you want to keep talking trading. So click on my homepage link, and then you'll see up here trading room, okay? And William says he will keep the room open until about 3:45. So if I leave at 2:15, that's another hour and a half. Okay? Sorry. Yeah, I was muted. I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. Sorry. So I was just saying about this press release that with the RZLV, I had my doubts that, I think people look at this and go, oh, Microsoft, they're tied really closely with this RZLV. Well, they're allowed to be in their Microsoft's as their marketplace. Sort of like these companies that say we're now selling. Again, I'm not trying to dismiss this, but it's like these companies that come out and say, we're now selling on Amazon. Okay, great. We've got our little Amazon. Well, Amazon will take anybody, I guess. Well, within reason. But no, I think to me, this is the same sort of thing. I may be wrong. They're just in the marketplace and that's it. Okay. Amazon takes everybody. Okay. Well, here's another one. Chanson International Holdings. This is another China stock. Actually, this one really, well, I guess it did. It had a weekly run like the rest of the China stocks. So this is now some volume coming into CHSN. High yesterday was 324, probably too close, but too bad. I'm going to have to dump my BEKE because I'm actually leaving, so I cannot hang around. So I think I'm going to dump it right now. The BEKE gave me not a bad little trade. Okay, guys, I think I'm taking off now. Okay, 2:13. So I'm going to take off now. I apologize. I'll have a full day tomorrow. So have a great rest of the day, everybody. So I've put the my homepage link in YouTube, so you can click on that and go to the trading room. Okay, they just find the trading room tab at the very top or link at the very top. You can get into the main room. Again, William will keep the room open until about 3:45. So I'll get on the mic tomorrow at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now, and I'm stopping the screen sharing. Now, YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down.